Chapter 2392. Gu Fei's return greatly boosted the morale of Gu Fei's faction. It's time. Gu Fei stood on a tall mountain, gazing in the direction of the demon race's ancestral grounds. A cool breeze blew past, and his long hair danced in the wind. He had an urge to shout. Soon, this great continent would be his. He would use the 3 overseas continents as a foundation to play a big game with the ancient primordial powers, using the world as a chessboard, conquering the 3 realms and 6 Daos. At the thought of this, Gu Fei's battle blood boiled. That night, Gu Fei summoned everyone to the main tent for a discussion. At this time, in the ancestral grounds of the demon race, the unold demon child's expression was not very good. He had already received news that Gu Fei had returned. Could this person really be my nemesis? The unold demon child sat on the throne in the main hall. On both sides of the hall sat the experts of the other ancient races of the Starfall continent. No one was willing to be someone else's slave. Gu Fei had gathered the forces of 2 great continents to attack the Starfall continent. Clearly, he wanted to conquer the entire Starfall continent. At this critical juncture, all the major forces of the Starfall continent gathered around the unaging demon child. They were bound by a common hatred and fought against the invaders together. Holy Lord, you have to make a decision. In the main hall, a tall and burly man with purple hair said loudly. This man wore purple battle armor and was shrouded in purple aura. He cultivated an orthodox immortal Tao technique. Violet immortal qi seeped out of his body, making him look extremely powerful. Tyrant Emperor of the Purple Yuan immortal sect, calm down. A white-haired old man sitting next to the burly man said. Green scales could be seen on this old man's face. He was not a human, but an outsider. The burly man was a tyrant immortal from the Purple Yuan immortal sect. He was called the Purple Yuan Tyrant Emperor by the other experts of the Starfall continent. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. They're already at your doorstep. It's rare for you to be so calm. The Purple Yuan Tyrant Emperor glanced at the old man and said disdainfully, That man called Gu Fei is back. It's very likely that they will attack us soon. I think we should discuss how to deal with them. Mr. Wu said, What's there to discuss? In my opinion, we should just kill them. Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor said loudly. On the throne, the unold demon child could not help but frown after hearing the words of the Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor. He was very suspicious about how this uncouth man managed to cultivate to the great circle of Quasi-Sage realm. Once the war starts, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. This is not something we want to see. Someone said something like that. What should we do? Do we have to surrender to those people? Purple Origin Overlord stared at the person who spoke and said coldly, That's not what I meant. The man quickly explained. Then what do you mean, you cowardly fellow? Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor said with a look of disdain. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. When that person heard this, he couldn't help but become furious. He abruptly stood up from his seat, and his eyes emitted a chilling light. His body emitted a faint killing intent. What? I'm afraid you have teeth. Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor also stood up from his seat, looking like he was about to make a move at the slightest disagreement. All right, all of you shut up. Seeing this scene, the unold demon child couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The other party had yet to fight, and he was already in a mess. Seeing that the unold demon child had spoken, Purple Origin Tyrant Emperor, and that person didn't dare to say anything else. They snorted coldly and sat down. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. The unold demon child pondered for a long time before saying these words. It's going to be a battle. When everyone in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Some of them were excited, some of them looked worried, and some of them were silent. No one knew what they were thinking about. When the war started, it was unknown how many people would die. It was also unknown how many people would survive. When the unold demon child's camp started to prepare for the final battle, Gu Fei's side also started to move at the same time. In front of the two void gates, the soldiers of the Ziyang continent and the vast moon continent were gathering. Groups of soldiers gathered from all directions and formed into square formations. A murderous aura filled the air under the moonlight. Yen and the Iron Blood Taoist led the 100,000 soldiers of the Ziyang continent together, while Gu Fei led the 100,000 soldiers of the vast moon continent by himself. For a moment, the roars of wild beasts resounded in the sky in front of the void gate, but the voices of humans were hard to hear. The 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei's direct command also joined the camp of the vast moon continent. These 5,000 soldiers were led by Zhuge Liang, one of the 12 great bandits. Every soldier exuded an incomparably powerful battle intent and murderous aura. This was a troop of soldiers that Gu Fei had personally trained. Each soldier had the combat strength of an immortal emperor, and each soldier's battle physique was incomparably strong. An immortal emperor divine weapon wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. The physical bodies of these 5,000 soldiers of Gu Fei had reached the level where they could contend with the divine weapons of the Almighty. Just this troop of soldiers alone had already surpassed the tens of thousands of soldiers of the meteorite-falling continent. In the early morning, Gu Fei's camp had already prepared everything. Then, under the leadership of Gu Fei and Yen, the soldiers of the Ziyang continent and the vast moon continent began to press towards the ancestral land of the demon race. The powerful murderous aura caused the sky to change color. The sky was densely packed with people, covering half of the sky. This decisive battle came very quickly. Gu Fei didn't want to waste any time. After he had unified the 3 continents, he still had to explore the setting sun devil cave where the devil ancestor was born. To Gu Fei, the setting sun devil cave was a hidden danger. Only by getting rid of this hidden danger would he be able to return to the tongue-long continent without any worries. He didn't want to be attacked from behind by those devils. This time, Gu Fei directly sent out the Tao body of the immortal Venerable and the indestructible combat physique. The Tao body of the immortal Venerable held the human emperor divine weapon, while the indestructible combat physique held the violet gold divine sword. When Gu Fei led the army to the sky above the mountain that was 10,000 li away from the ancestral land of the demon race, an extremely powerful wave of demon qi came from the opposite side. A gigantic figure stood in front of them, blocking the path of the army. The peerlessly powerful demonic qi was emitted from that figure. When Gu Fei saw the figure, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He then waved his hand, ordering the army behind him to stop. He discovered that the huge demon body in front of him wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. It was a Tao body that emitted an indescribable Tao Qi. Gu Fei, come and fight me if you have the guts. Chapter 2393. Early in the morning, Gu Fei gathered all the soldiers from the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent, heading towards the demon clan's ancestral grounds. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered together to form a shocking killing intent that caused even the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Countless soldiers soared through the air, and everywhere they passed by, the living beings below would all be horrified. Even the most ferocious of the savage beasts didn't dare to roar at this moment. When Gu Fei and Yen led the army towards the ancestral grounds of the Falling Star continent, an incomparably gigantic demon silhouette appeared before them. That silhouette was merely a phantom. It wasn't a true supreme greater demon. And the object that manifested this demon silhouette was actually an ancient battle platform. On the platform, a tiny figure could be seen standing there. This person was none other than the unold demon child. Gu Fei, if you have the guts, come on in and fight me. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my lord and do whatever you want. But if you lose, you will have to leave immediately, never to take a step into the Falling Star continent ever again. The unold demon child stood on the platform as he spoke in a loud voice. At this moment, a few thousand miles away from the platform, the experts from the various races of the falling star continent were all gathered here. Those who supported war were all stirring, while those who supported peace were all extremely calm. Do you want to determine victory or defeat with a single battle? Gu Fei stared at the ancient battle platform, floating in the air. Primal Chaos Tao inscriptions flashed in his eyes as he activated his heavenly eye, carefully observing the battle platform, only to see that the entire battle platform was filled with traces of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. There were also black-colored bloodstains all over the platform. These were the bloodstains left behind by the life and death battles fought on the platform. Even after countless years, the bloodstains could still be seen clearly. The entire battle platform radiated an aura of boundless ancientness. Under Gu Fei's heavenly eye, he could see that this was a battle platform that was inscribed with countless runes. Gu Fei also had a very deep level of attainment in the Tao formations. Although he wasn't like Erebus, he could tell that the ancient formation formed by the countless runes within the platform wasn't a heaven-shaking, killing formation. Perhaps this was an ancient arena built by the ancient demon race. Gu Fei, if you don't dare to come up and fight me, I'd like to see you go back to where you came from. Get the hell out of the falling star continent. Just when Gu Fei was observing the platform with his heavenly eye, the voice of the unold demon child rang out once more. Master, don't be fooled by this guy. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist came over. In his opinion, the unaging demon child had an absolute advantage in a battle with Gu Fei. One must know that the unaging demon child was a demon sovereign, while Gu Fei was only a saint ruler. Between a demon venerable and a sage king, it was easy to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. It's fine. Gu Fei stared at the silhouette on the platform as he spoke. Master, even the intelligent Zhuge Liang couldn't help but to speak. Those with discerning eyes could tell with a single glance that the unaging demon child was inviting Gu Fei to fight on the platform. Things definitely wouldn't be so simple. If I can't even subdue this fellow, what qualifications do I have to conquer the world? Gu Fei's eyes were incomparably resolute. In the mortal realm, the power of heaven's wrath still existed. The unaging demon child wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. However, he couldn't be unprepared. Swish! With a thought, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body and undying battle physique flew over, transforming into a beam of divine light that entered his body. On the platform, the unaging demon child's heart involuntarily pounded when he saw this scene. He had a bad premonition. I will fight against you and make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Gu Fei soared up the platform and stood in front of the unaging demon child as he calmly stared at the Saint Lord of the demonic races who had the body of a child. Gutsy enough. The unaging demon child couldn't help but to be impressed when he saw that Gu Fei actually accepted the challenge. Holy Maiden, why didn't you stop Master? At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist couldn't help but grow anxious. He hurriedly came to the side of Yen, as he asked, Do you think that your master would do something he has no confidence in? Yen glanced at the iron-blood Taoist as she spoke. The iron-blood Taoist didn't know what to say when he heard this. At this moment, the platform suddenly trembled as a supreme aura gushed forth, as though wanting to split the heavens and earth apart. What? On the platform, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the changes in his surroundings. The Tao inscriptions within the platform weren't simple. They could actually isolate the heavens and earth. An ancient battle platform that can resist the power of heaven's wrath. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with sharpness. We can fight with no worries now. The unaging demon child stared at Gu Fei as his battle intent surged. With a flip of his right hand, a gigantic imprint appeared in his hand. On the surface of the imprint, the silhouette of a Xuanwu could be seen. Humph, Gu Fei coldly snorted. With a flip of his right hand, the human emperor divine, truncheon, appeared. At the same time, his immortal sovereign Tao body fused together with his body. A powerful surge of immortal energy gushed forth from Gu Fei. If he wanted to fight against the unaging demon child, he could only borrow the power of his immortal, sovereign Tao body. Not only that, the fusion of his martial physique and the immortal sovereign Tao body allowed Gu Fei to possess the supreme combat prowess of an immortal sovereign. The auras of the two of them soared up. The powerful energy fluctuations caused ripples that could be seen by the naked eye to appear in the space around them. On Gu Fei's body, the primordial Tao inscriptions and immortal Tao inscriptions interweaved. The two types of energy coexisted as 18 primordial Tao inscriptions transformed into 18 beams of divine light that revolved around him. Seems like I've underestimated you. The unaging demon child couldn't help but feel his heart pounding when he saw this scene. This human before him was truly incredible. To think that he actually managed to cultivate such an innate technique. The energy of both the immortal Tao and martial Tao simultaneously appeared on the body of a single person. Such a situation was extremely rare even from ancient times until now. In addition, there was no one who could fuse these two types of energy together so perfectly. I didn't underestimate you. Gu Fei spoke. He was extremely calm. This ancient formation platform had a very high possibility that it was the work of a paragon of the demon race. If not, it wouldn't be able to contend against the might of heaven's wrath. Over here, everyone could fight to their heart's content without any reservations. At this moment, the gigantic body of the unaging demon child stood in the air. The sound of thunder rang out as the might of heaven's wrath descended. However, the might of heaven's wrath that was sufficient to annihilate all life forms below the paragon demon child had no way to reach the platform. Everything was blocked by the gigantic body of the unaging demon child. Rumble. When the auras of Gu Fei and the unaging demon child rose to the peak, the Tao inscriptions on the platform all awakened as a supreme energy sealed the entire platform. Right now, even if the human emperor was here, he wouldn't be able to ascend the platform. Kill! Kill! Chapter 2394. The unold demon child challenged Gu Fei, and Gu Fei accepted the challenge. The two of them ascended the battle platform and began their decisive battle. This battle would determine the fate of the entire Falling Star continent. If Gu Fei was defeated, the calamity of the Falling Star continent would vanish like smoke. Gu Fei's goal of unifying the three continents would also fail. To Gu Fei, this was an extremely important matter. Only by unifying the three continents would he have no worries, and would he be able to participate in the contest of power in the Tonglong continent. The ancient forces were incomparably powerful. No one knew what kind of resources these inheritances that had been passed down for countless years had. If one wanted to contend against these ancient powers, it was impossible if they didn't have a powerful force in their hands. Since they wanted to play, they might as well play it big. Die. Gu Fei didn't hold back. He went all out, using his immortal energy to activate the human emperor divine truncheon in his hands. The truncheon seemed to have a life of its own, instantly radiating a resplendent golden light as it transformed into a golden dragon that radiated a supreme emperor might as it lunged towards the unold demon child. Rumble! The entire ancient battle platform trembled violently. The supreme might of the ultimate emperor realm directly shook the entire ancient battle platform, causing all the supreme Tao inscriptions on the platform to awaken. Boom! The gigantic demon that appeared on the platform radiated an incomparably powerful aura. It was as though a supreme paragon of the demon race was about to appear in this world. At this instant, everyone felt a sense of fear that originated from the depths of their souls. Other than Yen-Er, the iron-blood Taoist, and the other saint-level existences, all the other living beings knelt down, trembling as they kowtowed to the gigantic demon, as though they were worshipping a supreme demon sovereign. Come at me. The unold demon child roared, directly taking out the Xuanwu imprint in his hands. A boundless black sea appeared around him as an incomparably gigantic Xuanwu rushed out from the Black Sea. Boom! The black tortoise and the golden dragon collided with each other in an instant. Ultimate Emperor power burst forth, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. One by one, the Ultimate Emperor Tao patterns dissipated into the air. The golden dragon dissipated and turned into specks of golden light that entered the human Emperor Divine Mace. As for the black tortoise that had rushed out of the Black Sea, it fell into the Black Sea, human and weapon as one. Gu Fei let out a growl. He actually used the battle skill that he had not used for a long time. The Emperor Divine Mace immediately turned into a streak of golden light and entered Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei tilted his head back and roared. His hair danced in the wind as his entire body turned golden, as if he had been forged from immortal gold. A wave of Ultimate Emperor Realm energy began to radiate from Gu Fei's body. Seeing this, the unold demon child could not help but be shocked. His opponent had actually mastered such a magic. It was truly shocking. This was no ordinary weapon of fusion. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have transformed into a Run Huang divine weapon in human form. His entire body possessed some of the Run Huang divine weapon's characteristics and magic. Swoosh! Gu Fei's entire body broke through the northern underworld sea that had been conjured by the Xuanwu imprint around the unold demon child and charged towards the unold demon child. Very well, I will use the Xuanwu imprint to completely suppress you. The unold demon child roared and activated the Xuanwu imprint with all his might. The Black Sea around him immediately surged with monstrous waves, and the power of the Xuanwu surged violently. The mountainous black tortoise once again rushed out of the Black Sea and pressed down on Gu Fei's head. Ultimate Emperor power poured down from the black tortoise. 9 Ultimate Emperor Tao patterns appeared on the black tortoise, sealing the sky and cutting off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei did not dodge. Instead, he punched upwards, and a powerful Ultimate Emperor power exploded from his fist, colliding with the black tortoise that was pressing down on him. Boom! The entire Xuanwu imprint shook from Gu Fei's punch. The endless Black Sea was dissipating, and the power of the black tortoise was unable to suppress Gu Fei, who had already merged with the Run Huang divine weapon. You want to suppress me? It's not that easy. Gu Fei was unstoppable. He rushed into the sky and punched again, smashing hard on the Xuanwu imprint. The powerful Ultimate Emperor power almost knocked the Xuanwu imprint away. After shaking off the Xuanwu imprint, Gu Fei went straight for the unold demon child. In a flash, he appeared in front of the unold demon child, and then reached out towards the unold demon child. The Ultimate Emperor Tao patterns appeared in his palm, turning into a destructive power that was going to obliterate the unold demon child. However, the unold demon child's figure disappeared in the void. It was just a shadow which surprised Gu Fei. He did not expect the unold demon child to have such a magical power. In the next moment, the unold demon child's figure appeared under the Xuanwu imprint. The power of the black tortoise poured down and entered the unold demon child's body. The unold demon child reached out, and the Xuanwu imprint quickly shrank and fell into his hand. The Black Sea reappeared, and a black tortoise appeared under his feet. He stood on the black tortoise and held the Xuanwu imprint in his hand. At this moment, the unold demon child was like a supreme demon descending to the world. Even the black tortoise had to bow its head. Do you really think you are the Saint Lord of the demon race? Gu Fei was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at the unold demon child and said such words. In this human realm, if I am not qualified to be the Saint Lord of the demon race, then who is? The unold demon child said confidently. He was a demon Venerable. He was already an overlord in the ancient times. In the current human realm, there might not be a second demon Venerable. Haha, what a joke. Even the Tai Huang's son doesn't dare to call himself the Saint Lord of the demon race. Who do you think you are? Gu Fei said disdainfully. The old tortoise only dominated the heaven realm and became the lord of the demon race in the heaven realm, but he never used the title of Saint Lord of the demon race. Saint Lord, the lord of the demon race. In this world, perhaps only the Tai Huang was qualified to be the Saint Lord. Who is the Tai Huang's son? Who is it that actually survived that turmoil? The unold demon child was shocked after hearing this. According to what he knew, the Tai Huang's 9 sons had already died in the turmoil that engulfed the 3 realms and 6 Tao. How could anyone survive until now? The unold demon child was overseas, so he did not know about the old tortoise. There's no point in talking more. If you lose, I will tell you. Gu Fei didn't want to waste any more words. He continued to attack. Boundless golden light surged from his body. Amidst the golden light, he turned into a golden dragon, breaking through the layers of black waves. A pair of golden dragon claws slashed towards the unaging demon child. Black Tortoise Transformation. Chapter 2395. You aren't the only one who knows how to control a divine weapon. The unaging demon child roared. He had actually refined the black tortoise seal into his body as well, and a wave of ultimate Emperor Realm power, so powerful that even the heavens themselves trembled, surged forth from his body. BZZ. The space trembled. In the next instant, the unold demon child actually transformed into an incomparably gigantic Xuanwu and directly lunged towards the golden dragon Gu Fei had transformed into. Boom! The 2 divine beasts clashed together as a great battle ensued. In the air at this moment, only saint-level existences could see what was happening on the platform. The other living beings were all kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling, not daring to stand up. This is... Yenner and the Iron-Blood Taoist were incomparably shocked. This was like the reappearance of 2 primordial divine beasts. That tyrannical emperor energy gushed forth, and if it wasn't for the fact that the ancient battle platform was able to dissipate a vast majority of the energy, the entire falling star continent would be affected by the aftershocks. A battle of this level basically couldn't occur in the human world. The power of an ultimate emperor was comparable to that of a paragon. Once such power erupted forth, even an ancestral planet would be destroyed. This was sufficient to show how extraordinary this ancient battle platform was. It was definitely created by a paragon of the demon race. In ancient times, a paragon of the demon race personally constructed this battle platform. What's going on? Another Supreme Tao energy has appeared. While Gu Fei and the unaging demon child were fighting on a small island in the depths of the God-fallen sea, a white-robed middle-aged man sitting on a large rock suddenly opened his eyes and stood up as if he had sensed something. This middle-aged man was none other than the ghost Emperor Fengdu. Nobody knew how powerful this ghost emperor was exactly because nobody could make him use his full strength. Even the fire devil ancestor from the northern lands of the Tonglong continent couldn't do so. Back then, ghost Emperor Fengdu used his own strength to suppress the Supreme Tao ancestor's sky-reaching platform and took it away with a great divine ability. The ghost Emperor Fengdu, who controlled the heaven-connecting platform, was the only supreme character who could open a path between the mortal world and the heavenly realm. At this time, ghost Emperor Fengdu's face revealed a trace of confusion. This time, the power of the extreme Tao was different from the last time. This time, it seemed to be the power of the demon race's sovereign. Without hesitation, ghost Emperor Fengdu disappeared from the boulder. Who do you think will win? In the Starfall Continent's camp, a few powerful sage-level beings were whispering. They naturally hoped that the immortal demon child would emerge victorious. If that happened, the Starfall Continent's crisis would be resolved. However, if Gu Fei won, then everything would be over. They would become Gu Fei's slaves, and it would be difficult for them to rise again in the future. This was an iron law in the cultivation world. The strong were high and mighty, while the weak could only be the vassals of the strong. Even their life and death were controlled by the strong. Boom! Bang! The battle continued. The entire battle platform was trembling. On the platform, it felt like there were two supreme emperor-level divine beasts fighting against each other, wanting to tear a hole through the heavens and earth. Roar! The golden dragon Gu Fei transformed into howled in rage. With a swipe of its tail, the black tortoise of the immortal demon child was flung through the air, slamming heavily into a stone pillar at the side of the platform. Demonic inscriptions could be seen on the stone pillar, dissipating the force of the impact, not causing any damage to the stone pillar. One couldn't help but say that this battle platform was truly extremely sturdy. Even the power of an emperor would find it hard to break it. This was a paragon-level ancient battle platform. Boom! The black tortoise of the immortal demon child instantly retaliated, directly slamming into the golden dragon of Gu Fei, sending it flying through the air. The defensive power of the black tortoise was famous in ancient times. The supreme emperor divine beast, the black tortoise, didn't only have one supreme emperor divine weapon. It had another. The black tortoise imprint was an offensive divine weapon, while the black tortoise armor was a defensive divine weapon. However, the black tortoise armor wasn't in the hands of the immortal demon child. The two divine weapons of the black tortoise had been lost for countless years. It was already a miracle that the immortal demon child could obtain the black tortoise imprint. As for the whereabouts of the black tortoise armor, nobody knew. Kill! The golden dragon that Gu Fei transformed into rushed back. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden divine fire that burned towards the black tortoise. The golden divine fire incinerated the entire space around it. Within the golden divine fire, there were traces of Emperor Dao inscriptions. This was a type of Dao fire that was terrifying to the extreme. Even if it was a saint or even a Saint Venerable, as long as they were burned by this divine fire, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Rumble! The space trembled. The body of the black tortoise flickered as a black sea manifested around it. After that, the black waves gushed out in all directions. The energy of water and fire clashed against each other. Although it was said that water could counter fire at this moment, even the black tortoise true water concocted by the black tortoise couldn't extinguish the golden divine fire in a short period of time. The two powerful ultimate emperor energies dissipated at the same time. The two experts were still evenly matched at this point in the battle. How am I supposed to defeat this guy? It seemed like he had to use his trump card. With a thought, the golden dragon that Gu Fei had transformed into disappeared. He transformed back into his human form and used the 3 heads and 6 arms technique that he had obtained from the great desolate divine ape. Each of his 6 arms held a divine weapon. The human emperor divine mace, the 9 heaven stars sword, the violet gold divine sword, the mountain and river cauldron, the peerless ominous saber, and the saint-level metal element cauldron that he had obtained from the servant of the supremacy of South Heaven. This, everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. Those were 6 sacred weapons that were above the saint level, especially the violet gold divine sword, the mountain and river cauldron, and the peerless ominous saber. The auras emitted from the 3 supreme sacred weapons were terrifying. Although they seemed ordinary, they were the most dangerous of the 3 sacred weapons. What? The unaging demon child who had transformed into the black tortoise was stunned when he saw the sacred weapons that Gu Fei had revealed. He then transformed back into his human form and revealed his true form. You, the unaging demon child, was truly shocked by the sacred weapons that Gu Fei had revealed. Continue. Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. He swung the 6 sacred weapons at the unaging demon child. There was no suspense. Under Gu Fei's fierce attack, the mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, and the peerless ominous saber focused on the black tortoise seal in the unaging demon child's hand, causing it to wail. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's other 3 arms swung the 9 heaven stars sword, the golden divine cauldron, and the emperor divine mace, knocking the unaging demon child to the ground. The 3 sacred weapons fell like raindrops on the unaging demon child's body. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were all stunned. Feels good, right? Chapter 2396. Bang! Kacha! On the battle platform, the sound of bones breaking rang out unceasingly. Gu Fei's martial physique merged with the immortal sovereign's body as he executed the desolate divine apes, 3 heads, 6 arms technique. With a saint weapon in his hand, he violently pummeled the unold demon child. Bizizi, the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, hummed softly, emitting a trace of aura that caused the soul of the unold demon child to tremble. His bones turned soft, and he found it hard to summon any will to resist. The mountain river cauldron was a supreme saint weapon with a mysterious origin. It had once nurtured a heaven-defying primordial embryo. Although this ancient cauldron had yet to awaken, it could still intimidate powerful existences at the paragon level. A cauldron suppresses mountains and rivers. It could even suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth, let alone paragons. And the terrifying baleful aura emitted from the saber caused the unold demon child's heart to palpitate. Within the saber, there seemed to be a terrifying heavenly beast in slumber. Just a trace of its aura was enough to cause the unold demon child to be filled with fear. The violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's other hand was shrouded in an immortal aura, as though a supreme Tao ancestor was chanting sutras. The immortal aura caused the unold demon child to have a hard time breathing. Now he finally understood why Gu Fei could return to the Starfall continent so quickly, with 3 supreme saint weapons in his hands, who below the human emperor realm could be his opponent. Feeling good? Gu Fei finally stopped. He didn't kill the unold demon child. After all, a demon sovereign was extremely rare. If he could recruit one, it would be of great help to him in his future struggle for supremacy. The heavens and earth were about to be thrown into chaos. Those who had disappeared for countless years would definitely return. The heavens and earth were like a chessboard. Those who had already been eliminated would definitely not be willing to accept defeat and would make a comeback. Awesome, awesome. Stop fighting. The unold demon child had no choice but to admit defeat. Now that the 3 supreme saint weapons were hovering above his head, if he didn't admit defeat, he would be beaten to death. Although he had mastered the black tortoise seal, the power of the black tortoise seal was completely restrained by the transcendental saint weapon. Without the help of the black tortoise seal, he was no match for Gu Fei. I admit defeat. A smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. His opponent had taken out 3 supreme saint weapons, so he had no chance of winning at all. In front of the supreme saint weapons, even someone as powerful as the demon Venerable would be useless. Without any suspense, Gu Fei beat up the unaging demon child with the 6 divine artifacts, subduing this antique that had attained enlightenment since ancient times. Gu Fei directly placed a restriction on the unaging demon child's soul with his celestial sovereign Tao power before releasing him. If the ageless demon child had the intention to rebel in the future, Gu Fei would only need a single thought to destroy the ageless demon child's soul, turning it into a soulless shell. Okay, actually it's not a bad thing to follow me. Gu Fei was very happy. From today onwards, the 3 great continents in the endless sea realm would be his. He had finally achieved his goal of unifying the endless sea realm. In truth, Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Violet Sun, who were suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron, could also be subdued using the same method. It was truly a waste for them to be suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron. The unaging demon child's injuries were all superficial. Gu Fei didn't injure his soul. Very swiftly, the injuries on the unaging demon child's body were completely healed. Gu Fei brought the unaging demon child away from the ancient battle platform of the demon race. After that, the unaging demon child executed a secret art of the demon race, causing the demonic might radiating from the entire battle platform to be retracted. That supreme aura that could shake the heavens retreated like the receding tides. Very swiftly, all of it was absorbed into the battle platform. Even the demonic Tao inscriptions on the platform disappeared into the depths of the platform. Rumble, the ancient battle platform of the demon race, trembled as it rapidly shrunk back to the unaging demon child, landing in its hands. The unaging demon child was defeated in a single battle. The experts of the falling star continent were all shocked to the extreme, finding it hard to accept this fact. How could the unaging demon child be defeated? However, no matter if the experts of the falling star continent wanted to accept it or not, the fact that the unaging demon child was defeated by Gu Fei was a fact. At this moment, Gu Fei's primal chaos martial physique separated from the immortal, reverent Tao body. The 6 saint weapons were also kept away as though nothing had happened at all. As the unaging demon child submitted, the strongest demon race of the falling star continent had no choice but to surrender. However, there were some experts who weren't willing to become prisoners. Roar! A roar of rage shook the heavens and earth. A general clad in battle robes wielded a divine axe of the 9 heavens as violet qi gushed forth from him. He actually led a group of subordinates as he rushed towards Gu Fei's camp. These were the immortal soldiers and generals of the Violet Yuan Immortal Sect. The Violet Yuan Immortal Sect was a warmongering faction. This was especially so for the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor. He was incomparably ferocious. The immortal qi radiating from him permeated a radius of 30,000 miles, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble under his aura. Overestimating your own capabilities. A thunderous roar rang out from Gu Fei's camp as a green-robed figure rushed out. Behind him was an incomparably tall treant. This was the treant race of the vast moon continent. Under the lead of the Wood-Sang Treant Emperor, they rushed towards the incoming immortal soldiers and generals. The Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor of the Violet Yuan Immortal Sect was incomparably domineering. He was like an ancient war god that descended from the heavens. The divine axe of the 9 heavens in his hands directly cleaved towards the Wood-Sang Treant Emperor. Swish! The purple qi was vast and mighty, and a dazzling purple blade of light swept across the void in an instant. Wherever it passed, it left a pitch-black void crack. Humph! The Wood-Sang Treant Emperor's body swayed as he transformed into a towering divine tree. Boundless wood elemental essence energy erupted from the divine tree as 18 branches pierced towards the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor at the same time. When the 9 heavens divine axe chopped down on the soft branches, it was actually unable to chop them off. The power of the divine axe was guided away and easily dispelled. Rumble. Just as the 18 branches were about to pierce through the body of the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor, countless purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the air around the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor. A series of thunderous sounds rang out as all of the divine lightning blasted onto the branches that had pierced through his body. The 18 branches were immediately charred black by the power of the purple lightning. 9 heavens immortal lightning. From afar, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw this scene. Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor, what are you trying to do? At this moment, the unold demon child shouted out. I'll leave it to you, Gu Fei said to the unold demon child, then turned around and walked into his own camp. How preposterous! The unold demon child growled and directly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already behind the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor. Shua! With a raise of his hand, the unold demon child directly chopped off the head of the Violet Yuan Tyrant Emperor with his hand, and then held it in his hand. Let me see who else wants to die. Chapter 2397. The fact that the unold demon child had instantly killed the purple Yuan tyrant emperor shocked the other warring factions. Even the immortal soldiers and generals of the purple Yuan immortal sect were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The Saint Lord of the demon race was the #1 expert in the Starfall continent. He had dominated the continent for countless years. His strength and fearsomeness had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone. "Saint Lord, what are you doing?" Someone was unhappy that the unold demon child had acted against one of his own. One must know that the purple Yuan immortal sect was quite powerful in the Starfall continent. The old sect leader of the purple Yuan immortal sect was an immortal saint. The old sect leader of the purple Yuan immortal sect had already been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Some said that this old man had already passed away. However, this was only a rumor. No one knew if it was true or false. "Submit to my lord or die." The unold demon child stood in the air, sweeping his gaze over the experts of the various races. His gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade, causing people to not dare to look straight at him. The leaders of the powerful clans of the Starfall continent were all shocked to the extreme. The immortal demon child was the #1 expert of the Starfall continent, and with the black tortoise seal in his hand, who in the entire Starfall continent could be his opponent. "My spirit firmament utopia is willing to submit," someone loudly stated. "Very well." The unold demon child nodded. At this moment, the outcome had already been determined. Everyone knew that the Starfall continent was about to change. "My shooting sun god mountain is willing to submit." The situation was already hopeless. The various races of the Starfall continent all pledged their loyalty to Gu Fei, willing to serve Gu Fei as their lord. Even those major powers that had supported the war had no choice but to accept this reality. Initially, they thought that a war was unavoidable. Nobody had expected such an ending. Such an ending caused Gu Fei to be extremely satisfied. One had to know that if a war really broke out with the various powerful races of the Falling Stars continent, then the Falling Stars continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless living beings would die. This little fellow isn't bad. In the air, a silhouette standing on the peak of the cloud spoke. This person was none other than the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu. During the battle between Gu Fei and the unaging demon child, the aura of a paragon emanating from the ancient battle platform alerted this Ghost Emperor, causing it to head to the Starfall continent. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was very satisfied with this result. A great calamity was resolved, and Gu Fei and the unaging demon child also attracted his attention. "It's that little fellow from back then." Ghost Emperor Fengdu recognized Gu Fei. He was a little shocked because he could already tell that Gu Fei was already a Saint King. The little fellow from back then had already grown up. "Another martial saint has appeared in the martial ancestors' lineage," Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. After that, his silhouette disappeared into the void. He didn't go to see Gu Fei. Instead, he directly left the Starfall continent. Even existences like Gu Fei and the unold demon child didn't notice Ghost Emperor Fengdu's existence from start to finish. With the help of the unaging demon child, Gu Fei only used half a day to subdue all the major and minor powers in the Starfall continent. The sky of the Starfall continent had changed. Everything happened so quickly. Many people didn't even know what had happened. When the news circulated, all the cultivators in the Starfall continent were shocked to the extreme. How can this be? Some people found it hard to believe that in just half a day's time, such a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering event actually happened. Many people found it hard to accept this fact. At this moment, the unaging demon child had already brought Gu Fei and the others into the ancestral ground of the demon race. Gu Fei sat on the throne in the Great Hall, staring at the generals on both sides. At this moment, even though his Tao heart was incomparably firm, he still felt somewhat agitated and excited. Unifying the 3 continents since ancient times, how many people had been able to do this? Even the unaging demon child and hierarch Southern Heaven, who had already attained the Tao in ancient times, failed to do this. Yet, Gu Fei had done it. This caused Gu Fei to feel a sense of accomplishment. Congratulations on unifying the 3 continents, Master. Everyone stepped forward and dropped to their knees in front of Gu Fei. Even the unaging demon child did the same. He soon got used to the change in his identity. He who was once high and mighty had now become someone else's subordinate. Just yesterday he was still sitting on the throne in the Great Hall, but now he was no longer the one sitting on the throne. "Hey, Gu Fei, when are we going to the setting sun demon cave?" At this moment a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice, the people kneeling on the throne were startled. They glanced in the direction of the voice and saw a white-shirt lady sitting on the throne without standing up. The white-shirt lady was none other than Yen. Only Yen would be so fearless in front of Gu Fei. "Let's talk about it after everything here is settled," Gu Fei said to Yen. "I'm bored, I'm going out for a walk." Yen stood up and left the Great Hall, wandering around the ancestral ground of the demon race. At this time, the crowd was still kneeling on the ground. "Get up. There's no need to do this in the future. Just relax," Gu Fei said to the crowd kneeling on the throne after Yen left. "Yes, Master." The crowd replied in unison and stood up. It seemed like their master was not a difficult person to get along with. In fact, he was much kinder than the unaging demon child. "I think you should manage the Falling Stars continent," Gu Fei said to the unaging demon child. The unaging demon child was startled. He was surprised that Gu Fei wanted him to manage the Falling Stars continent. This guy trusted him so much. Yes. Although the unaging demon child was confused, he did not decline. "That's good. Let's continue as usual." Gu Fei pondered for a moment before saying, there was no need to change anything in the Falling Stars continent. It would be fine as long as these people were willing to submit to him. The unaging demon child did not dare to rebel, as Gu Fei had placed a seal on his soul. His life and death were at the mercy of Gu Fei. Soon, the leaders of the various forces of the Falling Stars continent that had gathered in the main hall of the demon clan's ancestral land dispersed one after another and returned to their own clans. The cultivation world of the Falling Stars continent gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Gu Fei stayed in the ancestral ground of the demon race. The ancestral ground of the demon race was indeed extraordinary. Beneath the ground was the source of the entire Falling Stars continent. In other words, the ancestral ground of the demon race was where the ancestral ground of the earth was. In the following days, the armies of the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent returned to their respective continents. Gu Fei also released the heavenly monarch Ziyang and the supreme god South Heaven from the mountain and river cauldron. That being said, Gu Fei had already placed a forbidding aura on heavenly monarch South Heaven and heavenly monarch Purple Sun souls. Chapter 2398. The fallen god sea was incomparably vast, and the area occupied by the 3 continents was only a small part of it. There were countless secrets hidden in this vast and boundless divine sea. The setting sun demon nest definitely hid the greatest secret in the world, because it was the place where the setting sun demon lord was born. Although the legendary sunset demon lord had died in battle in the ancient times, this devil's den had been preserved. In recent years, some people had even seen the figures of the sunset demon clan roaming around the devil's den. After the matters of the 3 continents were settled, Gu Fei and Yen led the Iron Blood Taoist and the other powerhouses to the setting sun demon nest, one of the 3 most ominous places in the sea. This time the unold demon child and the other 2 venerables also accompanied them. This kind of strength was definitely enough to sweep through a region, and even if they went up against the ancient powers, they would not be inferior. It should be known that in the current era, where supremes and human sovereigns were not prominent, holy venerables were already the strongest existences. In fact, the people of the 3 continents had sent many spies to monitor the setting sun demon nest. It should be known that the setting sun demon nest was different from the other two ominous places. The unold demon child and the others vaguely felt that there was a high possibility that some of the setting sun demons had survived the ancient war. That was the place where the setting sun demon lord was born, and its demonic aura was much denser than the other two ominous places. After countless years, the sea region where the setting sun demon nest was located had been completely enveloped by demonic aura, and the area within a 100,000-mile radius had turned into a demonic domain. Over the endless years, the demonic aura emitted from the setting sun demon nest had turned countless living creatures into demons. However, the depths of the setting sun demon nest had nurtured an item that could help one become a supremacy. This was the information Gu Fei had obtained from the old man who had failed his nirvana rebirth on the Nameless Island. The old man who had failed his nirvana rebirth on the Nameless Island had barged into the setting sun demon nest, but he did not obtain that item. In the end, during his nirvana rebirth, something had indeed happened to the old man's body. Becoming a supreme powerhouse in the world was every cultivator's lifelong pursuit. Some people would do anything to achieve this goal. From Gu Fei's point of view, the old man on the Nameless Island who had failed his nirvana rebirth was that kind of person. In order to become a supreme being, he had played himself to death. As Gu Fei and his party flew across the sky, the aura they emitted intimidated all the creatures below. Even some of the powerful beasts in the sea quietened down. The setting sun devil nest was very far from the falling star continent. Moreover, it was difficult to construct a void domain gate near the setting sun devil nest, so Gu Fei and the others could only fly. Half a day later, in the evening, Gu Fei and the others arrived at a nameless island. They were going to rest here for a while before setting off again. This nameless island was a transit station. There were people from the falling star continent guarding the island because there was a teleportation array platform on the island. This teleportation formation platform was connected to the teleportation formation platform on the island ahead. It could teleport them to the island ahead. This way, they could save a lot of time. Gu Fei and the others rested on the nameless island for a while before continuing on their journey. Everyone directly boarded the teleportation formation platform. Then, after a strong flash of light, everyone on the teleportation formation platform disappeared. In the depths of the fallen god sea, on an island that was filled with rocks and not much vegetation, there were 3 stone houses. These 3 stone houses were in the shape of a triangle, surrounding a stone platform in the middle. Below the stone platform, 2 young cultivators sat at a stone table, enjoying a fish called the golden silk dragon carp that they had caught from the sea. Braised golden silk dragon carp. This is definitely the best delicacy in the world. A young man in green ate a piece of fish and drank a mouthful of wine. His face revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. I know. If it weren't for the fact that the golden silk dragon carp can only be found in this sea, I wouldn't have come to guard this island. The other young man in white said with a smile, the golden silk dragon carp was actually a type of spiritual creature. The meat of this fish contained spiritual energy. If a cultivator ate this spiritual creature for a long time, it would naturally be very beneficial to their cultivation. I wonder why the higher-ups built a teleportation formation platform here and even sent people to guard it. The young man in green said, this place isn't far from the setting sun demon nest. They probably want us to monitor the setting sun demon nest. The young man in white said, recently, the demonic roars coming from the demon nest seem a little different than usual. The young man in green said uneasily, this isn't something small people like us can care about. If anything goes wrong, we'll immediately activate the teleportation formation platform and leave this place. The young man in white said nonchalantly, haha, that's right. If there's wine today, let's get drunk today. Come, let me toast to you. The young man in green laughed heartily as he raised the big bowl in his hand and said to the young man in white, very soon, the 20 to 15 kilograms of braised golden silk dragon carp was eaten until only the bones were left. The two of them rubbed their slightly bulging bellies in satisfaction as they slumped in their chairs, savoring the aftertaste. One had to know that the golden silk dragon carp was very difficult to catch, and there were very few of them. They only managed to catch one after half a month. Just as the two young cultivators were thinking about how to catch another golden silk dragon carp, the stone platform beside them suddenly emitted rays of divine light. The formation runes on the stone platform actually lit up. What a powerful wave of divine power spread out from the stone platform, shocking the two young cultivators guarding the stone island. They hastily recollected themselves and abruptly stood up. Buzz! The void trembled. Above the stone platform, figures passed through the void that rippled like water and directly walked out of the void. The two young cultivators were dumbfounded. There were actually people coming to the stone island at this time. It seemed like it wasn't time for the rotation yet. It would take at least half a year for the replacement to come. At that time, they would be able to return to the falling star continent. A powerful aura emanated from the group of people, causing the souls of the two young cultivators who were guarding the stone island to tremble. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground as their bodies trembled. Why are the guards here so weak? Someone said. These two seemed to know how to enjoy themselves. Someone noticed something on the stone table beside the teleportation platform. I can sense the aura of a demon. The setting sun demon cave shouldn't be far from here. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe looked out of the stone island. Who are these people? Why are they all so strong? The two guards of the stone island were extremely shocked. The aura of this group of people was too terrifying. Even when facing a demon emperor, they didn't feel this way. The Devil's Cave is still 30,000 miles away from here. Chapter 2399. The rock island was still 30,000 kilometers away from the setting sun devil nest, so they weren't in a hurry. Thus, they decided to stay on the island for a day. The two young cultivators guarding the island had never seen so many big shots descend on the island at the same time, so they didn't know what to do. When they found out that the Starfall continent's ruler, the unaging demon child, was among them, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. They were only insignificant characters, so normally they wouldn't have the qualifications to see the unaging demon child. Only after everyone had retracted their auras did the two young cultivators stand up from the ground and attentively attended to everyone. They were quite tactful and directly entered the sea region outside the island. After paying a price, they caught a few golden dragon carps. This braised golden dragon carp was indeed a rare delicacy. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but take a few bites and nod his head. Reward. The unaging demon child directly rewarded the two young cultivators with 2 spirit pills. These spirit pills could increase a cultivator's cultivation after consumption. For low-level cultivators, the effects of these spirit pills were very obvious. In just one day, the two young cultivators' cultivation had reached the quasi-immortal realm with the help of the spirit pills. This could be said to be a godly speed. Of course, in the eyes of Gu Fei's group, a quasi-immortal realm cultivator wasn't much stronger than an ant. From the two young cultivators, Gu Fei's group learned about the situation within a few thousand kilometers of the rock island. There were no longer any islands with transportation formations in front of the rock island. In other words, the rock island was the island closest to the setting sun devil nest. The setting sun devil nest was 30,000 kilometers away from the rock island, so the two island guards naturally wouldn't know about the situation around the nest. They would need to send people to investigate. Gu Fei wasn't an impulsive person, so he acted cautiously. In order to show his loyalty, the unaging demon child personally went forward to investigate while everyone else waited on the rock island. Very soon, the unaging demon child returned with shocking news. The demonic creatures in the setting sun devil nest seemed very uneasy. The unaging demon child even saw incomparably powerful demonic creatures roaming around the periphery of the setting sun devil nest. This situation was very unusual. One had to know that the more powerful a demonic creature was, the less likely it would show itself. The appearance of powerful monsters in the outer region was definitely not without reason. The unold demon child wanted to get close to the setting sun demon nest, but when he entered the area enveloped by the demonic aura, he realized that the demonic energy within the demonic aura wasn't as strong as it had been before. However, the unaging demon child was unable to approach the setting sun demon nest in the end because he was quickly targeted by an incomparably powerful demonic creature. Although he killed this demonic creature, he alarmed an even more powerful demonic creature. The unold demon child could only return to the rock island first. Looks like something has happened in the sunset demon nest. Everyone came to such a conclusion. Master, actually, with our strength, we don't have to fear those devils at all. Why don't we just kill our way into the setting sun devil nest? Red Dragon said. This time, the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon both followed, only knowing how to cultivate in seclusion. Without experiencing the baptism of blood and sweat, it would be hard for one to become a true expert. Senior brother, there's absolutely no harm in being a little more careful. Yao Yu said. Everyone gathered next to the transportation formation platform on the rock island. At this time, the sky had already darkened and night was about to fall. However, a divine pearl was floating in the air above the rock island. The light emitted by the divine pearl illuminated the entire rock island as if it was daytime. The pearl was like a bright lantern on the ocean. It could be seen from very far away. Splash. The sound of water came from the surface of the sea a dozen li away from the rock island. The silhouette of a huge monster could be vaguely seen in the sea, its huge fin exposed on the surface. In another direction, other powerful sea creatures also discovered the light above the rock island. The rock island was just an ordinary island in the past, and it wouldn't attract the attention of the huge sea beasts. But now Gu Fei and the others had come, and they had even fixed a divine pearl in the air above the rock island. It was as bright as the moon in the sky. When night truly fell, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. The Crimson Dragon is right. With our current strength, we can indeed sweep through a domain. It should be more than enough to deal with the setting sun demon nest. The Iron-Blood Taoist agreed with the Crimson Dragon's opinion. The roars of wild beasts coming from the distant sea were ignored by everyone. The others thought the same. With 3 supreme sovereigns among them, what was there to be afraid of? They could just push forward without any misgivings. Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, "In that case, prepare yourselves well tonight." Everyone was incomparably excited after hearing this. They then dispersed to prepare for tomorrow's battle. In the history of the 3 continents of the fallen God Sea, conquering a forbidden land was absolutely rare. This was because these 3 forbidden lands had existed for countless years, and no one had ever been able to conquer them. And now, Gu Fei was about to do something unprecedented. Whether or not he could erase the setting sun demon nest from the fallen god Sea would depend on tomorrow's battle. This time he didn't mobilize his army. However, the unaging demon child and the other 2 sovereigns were enough to defeat the army of 100,000 deities. However, this night was not peaceful at all. There were wild beasts in the sea that wanted to attack the rock island. The ferocious beasts in the sea were simply seeking their own deaths. In the middle of the night, a dragon elephant rushed out of the sea. It opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous divine fire towards the rock island. At the same time, in another direction, a black flood dragon soared through the clouds and stopped high in the sky. Black clouds began to churn on the surface of the sea as 2 blood-colored specks of light shot out. Other than these 2 beasts, there was also an old tortoise in the shape of a black tortoise. It was like a moving island that was rapidly moving toward the rock island. The tortoise's body was incomparably huge, much larger than the rock island. If it were to collide with it, the entire rock island would cease to exist. Just as the divine flame from the dragon elephant beast was about to land on the rock island, a draconic roar rang out from the rock island. A true dragon's aura erupted from the island. Roar! A crimson dragon soared into the sky from the rocky island. It opened its mouth and inhaled, completely devouring the monstrous divine flames that the dracophant beast had spewed out. The dragon elephant beast turned pale with fright and immediately tried to retreat. However, it was easy to come but difficult to leave. Just as the dracophant beast was about to retreat, the crimson true dragon that rushed out of the rock island opened its mouth and spat out a crimson pearl at the dracophant beast. Bam! Chapter 2400. The Draco Elephant Beast was an extremely powerful beast that lived in the depths of the God-fallen sea. It was as huge as a mountain and possessed the strength of a Draco elephant. Moreover, it could spit out divine flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea. However, such a powerful beast was smashed into a bloody mist by the true dragon, Pearl, spat out by the red dragon. Both its body and soul were destroyed. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air as the entire sea was dyed red by the Draco elephant beast's blood. The black flood dragon and the old tortoise in the sky were startled by this scene. The old tortoise immediately stopped and wanted to sink back into the sea. However, the red dragon had already retrieved the true dragon pearl and rushed towards the old tortoise. The incomparably powerful draconic aura terrified the old tortoise. The old tortoise fled in panic, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. The three primal beasts had never imagined that the people on the rock island would be so powerful. Don't kill the old tortoise. Just as the red dragon was about to kill the turtle that looked like a black tortoise, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This caused the red dragon to be stunned for a moment before he shot up into the sky towards the black flood dragon. At this time, a figure appeared above the sea. She looked down at the old tortoise and said, "What are you waiting for? Surrender now." It was a valiant and heroic woman in green. The old tortoise couldn't help but become furious when he heard this. He was a dignified demon emperor and was only one step away from becoming a demon saint. Yet he had to submit to someone with a lower cultivation than him. This was simply a great humiliation. The old tortoise ignored Yao Yu. Its mountain-like body continued to sink into the sea, trying to escape. Humph! Yao Yu snorted coldly. Then she swooped down from the sky. An extremely powerful wave of martial arts power erupted from her body. Rumble! The entire sea shook. An endless amount of water elemental energy was triggered. 9 dragons appeared in the sea and tightly coiled around the old tortoise. 9 dragons stirring the sea. This was a shocking scene. Of course, these were not real dragons, but water dragons condensed from the power of water. Yao Yu had the water element martial body and was naturally close to the power of the water element. In this endless sea, she had the advantage. She could summon great power with just a wave of her hand. Roar! The old turtle roared and unleashed the power of a demon emperor. It forcefully shook off the 9 dragons, coiling around its body, and plunged into the sea. The old tortoise parted the waterway and quickly fled. If I let you escape, my name isn't Yao Yu. Yao Yu chased after him and fought with him. At this time, everyone on the island was alarmed. However, not many people paid attention to this battle. A battle of this level could not attract their attention at all. If it weren't for Gu Fei wanting to hone his 2 disciples, these 3 sea beasts would have died many times over. These 3 sea beasts were all powerful creatures that ruled over a part of the ocean. They all had cultivation at the peak of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had encountered Gu Fei and the others. Boom! At this time, high up in the sky, among the dark clouds, dazzling bolts of lightning bloomed. The red dragon was already fighting against the evil dragon that was hiding in the clouds. The evil dragon was incomparably powerful and stirred up waves. For a moment, it was fighting against the red dragon and was not at a disadvantage. "I am just a bystander. Why are you attacking me?" The black dragon was shocked. It never thought that there would be a real dragon on this island. The dragon's aura made it feel uneasy. The real dragon was one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. Once it matured, it could be comparable to a saint. Even though the red dragon was not a saint, it was not something this evil dragon could compare to. Bang! The red dragon swung its tail, and the evil dragon was sent flying thousands of meters away. Drops of blood fell from the sky. Roar! The evil dragon roared and turned around to escape. It knew that it was not strong enough to fight against a real dragon that had 1 foot in the saint realm. Doing so was the same as seeking death. However, the red dragon would not let this evil dragon go so easily. The evil dragon was filled with killing intent. It was unknown how many lives it had killed to be able to gather such a strong killing intent. Rumble, a red dragon claw, appeared in the sky and grabbed towards the evil dragon. The power of a real dragon spread out in all directions, locking down the space. This was the heavenly dragon claw, a great technique of the dragon race. Only a real dragon with the blood of a real dragon could learn this technique. The evil dragon was scared out of its wits. The heavenly dragon claw landed. Without any suspense, the huge body of the evil dragon was torn into 3 pieces and fell from the sky. Bang! At this moment, the evil dragon's head suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A dark light wrapped around a small evil dragon and rushed out, wanting to escape into the ocean. The small serpent wrapped in the dark light was the serpent's origin soul. The serpent was decisive in killing and had actually abandoned its physical body in the first place. However, even so, the evil dragon could not escape. The red dragon opened its mouth and inhaled. The dark light that was rushing towards the sea immediately flew towards the red dragon and was swallowed by the red dragon. Then the dragon claw reached down and a dark pearl flew out from the sea and landed on the dragon's claw. The evil dragon's cultivation was not weak. If it had not encountered the red dragon, it would not have died. The essence of the evil dragon was condensed in this pearl. Without hesitation, the red dragon ate the pearl. The inner core of a dragon was very beneficial to the red dragon. At this time, 2 of the 3 giant sea beasts had already been killed. Only the old turtle fighting against Yao Yu was still stubbornly resisting. In the end, the old turtle surrendered. The evil dragon and the dracophant were both dead. If the people on the rock island were to take action, it would definitely die. A wise man submits to circumstances. "You're not bad, old turtle." Yao Yu landed on the turtle's back and stepped on the old ghost, heading towards the rock island. In fact, this old turtle was not an ordinary beast. It was a golden turtle with the head of a dragon and the tail of a qilin. The dragon had 9 sons, and this turtle was one of them. This golden turtle also had the blood of the dragon race flowing through its veins. After the battle ended, Yao Yu and the red dragon returned to the rock island. The sea around the rock island gradually calmed down, and no more fierce sea beasts dared to approach. On the morning of the 2nd day, the mist on the sea had yet to dissipate, and the rock island was shrouded in mist. Gu Fei gathered everyone and led them to soar into the sky, heading towards the direction of the sunset devil nest. They did not restrain their auras, and powerful auras spread out, causing the ferocious beasts in the surrounding sea to be filled with terror. Chapter 2401. The setting sun demon domain was right in front of them. Everyone became nervous. The 3 forbidden grounds of the fallen god sea were not good places. The life, mystic island, and heaven's horizon no longer existed. Of the 3 forbidden grounds, only the setting sun demon nest remained. With the setting sun demon nest as the center, the sea region within 100,000 miles was a true demon domain. It was known as the setting sun demon domain. Within the setting sun demon domain, demonic creatures ran amok. There were even demonic creatures that were as strong as Venerables. It could be said to be one of the most dangerous and terrifying ominous grounds. The black line that appeared in front of everyone was the boundary between the demonic chi and the outside world. Although they had already seen the setting sun demon domain, when Gu Fei and the others arrived near it, it was already 2 hours later. It looked very close from afar, but only when they truly entered the setting sun demon domain did they realize how far it was. Roar! Abruptly, a demonic roar resounded, just as Gu Fei and the others arrived outside the infernal domain. Inside the infernal domain was a pitch-black void filled with demonic chi. Everyone's vision was obstructed and they couldn't see very far. Gu Fei used the martial Dao Heavenly Eyes. Chaotic Dao runes interweaved in his eyes, allowing him to see through all illusions. He directly looked a dozen miles into the demon domain and couldn't see any further. Even the martial Dao Heavenly Eyes could only see a dozen miles into the demon domain. This surprised Gu Fei. The setting sun demon nest was indeed a place that nurtured an innate demon ancestor. There was a demonic chi enveloping this place that could prevent the outside world from peeking. There's an island 10 miles ahead. Gu Fei retracted the martial Dao Heavenly Eyes and said, "Enter or not." Iron Blood, Daoist glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Why not? Just push your way in." Yana said. Then she was the first to walk into the dim world that was enveloped by the demonic aura. Light flowed around her body, blocking the demonic aura outside her body. Humph, a bunch of men can't even compare to a woman. The unold demon child's expression was not so good. He walked directly into the demonic domain ahead. The 12 bandits couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Then everyone directly entered the demonic realm. Under Gu Fei's lead, they headed for the island ahead. Voila! Just as the group arrived near the island, the sound of water splashing could be heard. A giant head the size of a small mountain emerged from the sea below. It then opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the group in the sky. What? Everyone was taken aback, and they quickly dispersed, dodging this sudden attack. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At this time, an incomparably huge, ferocious beast stood up from the sea. It was a demonic dragon with wings on its back. The pitch-black body of the dragon was like an incomparably huge lizard. This was a demonic dragon, and it was fundamentally different from an ordinary dragon. However, its strength and ferocity were not inferior to an ordinary dragon. The demonic dragon's body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its blood-red pupils were the size of an adult's head. Within its bloody mouth, traces of black, demonic flames could be vaguely seen. We encountered a big guy as soon as we entered. Seeing this scene, everyone was very surprised. The demonic chi on this demonic dragon was vast and mighty. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions. It was obvious that this was a powerful existence of the demi-saint realm. The demi-saint realm was the highest realm that the experts of the human realm could cultivate to under the suppression of the power of heaven's wrath. To a certain extent, the demi-saint realm was already the strongest existence in the human realm. Of course, a demi-saint realm was far from enough in front of a self-sealing sage. The red dragon walked forward and made his move. An incomparably huge red dragon claw appeared high up in the sky. It shrouded the entire heaven and earth as it grabbed towards the demonic dragon below. He used the heavenly dragon claw right from the start. The red dragon claw displayed an incomparably powerful might. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the void was directly torn apart. Boom! The demonic dragon raised its head and spat out a mouthful of demonic flames. The pitch-black demonic flames instantly spread and enveloped the red dragon claw that was coming down from the sky. The red dragon claw that the red dragon claw transformed from was condensed from the true dragon flames. When the true dragon flames collided with the demonic flames, both the true dragon flames and the demonic flames dissipated in the void at the same time. Finish this quickly. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the red dragon. Yes. The red dragon accepted the order and immediately performed the secret technique of ascension. His combat strength instantly increased by several folds. He turned into a dazzling fiery light and charged forward. His speed was so fast that the mountain-like demonic dragon had no time to dodge. The fiery light pierced through the demonic dragon's body. Then the fiery light dissipated and the red dragon's figure appeared from within the true dragon divine flames. Roar! The demonic dragon roared into the sky. Then its gigantic body began to emit traces of true dragon flames. The demonic dragon's physical body began to disintegrate and turn into ashes, dissipating into the void. The extremely ferocious demonic dragon that was a demonic sage was killed by the red dragon, just like that. The red dragon had already cultivated to the great completion demonic sage realm. Under the premise of using the secret technique of ascension, he was able to sweep through all opponents of the same level. He was the disciple of Gu Fei. The 9 secrets of the immortal's path was extremely mysterious. Not only could cultivators of the immortal's path cultivate it, even the dragon race could grasp this secret technique. After killing the demonic dragon, the group then went up to the island. The island wasn't huge. However, the group found some ruins in the middle of the island. It seemed to be an ancient teleportation formation that had been destroyed a long time ago. Could there really be some survivors of the sunset demons? The unaging demon child said. He knew quite a lot of ancient secrets. He was extremely lucky to be able to survive the great change of the ancient times. Many of the experts of the demon race that he knew did not survive, and many of them were stronger than him. The setting sun demon ancestor had once led this devil race to conquer the 3 realms. In the end, the setting sun demon ancestor ended up dead. This is an ancient ruin. The South Heaven's supremacy said after carefully inspecting the ruins. Gu Fei had placed a seal on Hierarch South Heaven's divine soul, forcing Hierarch South Heaven to submit to Gu Fei. Hierarch South Heaven did not want to die. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was the same. The longer these antiques that had lived for countless years lived, the more afraid they were of death. Time could erase everything. Only those that became supremes and human sovereigns could live for eternity. The Tao of supremes and human sovereigns was indestructible and eternal. Only those that were also supremes could kill supremes. This ancient ruin should be a sentry post on the outskirts of the sunset demon domain. Unfortunately, this sentry post had been abandoned for countless years. Gu Fei and the others did not stay on the island for long. Just as they were about to continue deeper into the sunset demon domain, a powerful fluctuation suddenly surged from the depths of the domain. Rumble. Chapter 2402. From the depths of the setting sun demon domain came a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire setting sun demon domain shook under this power. It was as if a supreme demon ancestor had awoken from a deep slumber. Even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. However, this unparalleled demonic aura came and went very quickly. Soon, the powerful demonic aura retreated like the tide and was completely restrained. What the hell is going on? The iron-blood Taoist said with a trembling voice. Even though he was a sage, he could not help but feel fear when facing this unparalleled demonic aura. It was difficult for him to accept. One had to know that he was a sage. Could it be that the demon that released this unparalleled demonic aura was really an invincible demon ancestor? You will know very soon. Gu Fei said. His expression also became solemn. The setting sun demon domain was obviously not a good place. No one knew what was inside. However, there was one thing that everyone was sure of. There were definitely powerful demonic creatures in the demon domain. The demonic aura in the demon domain was very strong. Ordinary creatures that entered the demon domain would be demonized by the demonic aura and become ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures. Gu Fei and the others were not afraid. With their current strength, even if they barged into the setting sun demon domain, there would be no demonic creatures that could stop them. They directly left the island and continued forward. However, after traveling for more than 100 miles, a huge figure appeared in the sea below. There were demonic creatures moving in the water. Everyone looked at the sea below and were on high alert. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded. A demonic snake rushed out of the sea and madly tried to bite Yenner. There was a row of black bone spikes on the back of the demonic snake. Its bloody mouth was filled with incomparably sharp teeth. If bitten by this demonic snake, a large piece of flesh would definitely be torn off, courting death. Yenner directly took out the myriad medicine cauldron and smashed it at the demonic snake. Bang! The myriad drug cosmos cauldron fell and smashed the head of the devil snake into pieces. The huge corpse of the devil snake fell from the sky into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Not long after entering the setting sun demon region, they had already encountered an incomparably powerful devil. To Gu Fei and the others, this was definitely not a good thing. After killing the devil snake, the group continued forward. As they got closer to the setting sun devil nest, the sky became even darker. Demonic chi lingered in the air, and at this moment, huge demonic shadows started to appear in the surroundings. The previous battle had alarmed many powerful demonic creatures. However, these demonic creatures weren't muddle-headed creatures that only knew how to kill. The more powerful the monster, the more intelligent it was. The demonic creatures all felt that Gu Fei's group was not to be trifled with and they wouldn't make a move easily, so they just watched from the sidelines. However, as Gu Fei's group pushed forward without any scruples, the demonic creatures couldn't sit still any longer. Walala! Suddenly, the sound of water came from the surrounding sea, as if countless things were breaking through the waves. A shocking demonic aura appeared in the world. What is that? Everyone was taken aback, and then they stopped. Soon, countless figures appeared in the demonic fog. They were all ferocious, demonic creatures that couldn't be named. They were treading on the waves, surrounding Gu Fei's group from all directions. Roar! A demonic creature covered in bone spikes leaped out of the sea and pounced towards the group. When the demonic creature pounced above the group, the countless bone spikes on its body shot out, turning into rays of demonic light that pierced towards the group below. Humph! A mere ant dares to act fierce. The iron-blood Taoist walked out and flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Tribulation immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz! The iron-blood Taoist raised the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand, and the demonic light that descended from the sky immediately collapsed. 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation, turning into 9 fire phoenixes that rushed in all directions. Boundless true phoenix flames swept out. The demonic creature in the sky bore the brunt of it and was instantly burned to ashes. The true phoenix flames burned in all directions, evaporating the endless seawater below. Cries of agony rang out everywhere. As the 9 fire phoenixes rushed past, countless demonic creatures were instantly burned to ashes by the true phoenix flames, disappearing into the void. Roar! At that moment, a demonic howl rang out from the depths of the setting sun demonic territory. Afterwards, the demonic creatures that were charging towards Gu Fei's group, one after another, stopped. In the next moment, all the demonic creatures that were not burned to ashes by the true phoenix flames retreated like a tide. At that moment, the 9 fire phoenixes flew back and turned into Phoenix Tao patterns again, entering the Phoenix Tribulation. Just as the iron-blood Taoist was showing off his might, the unold demon child's eyes lit up. It was truly a waste of a king saint weapon in the hands of this little guy. Not only did the unold demon child know the value of the Phoenix Tribulation, even Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Zhang's eyes lit up when they saw the Phoenix Tribulation in the iron-blood Taoist's hand. The phoenix was an immortal divine beast. It was born with immortal divinity. Even if it underwent nirvana, it could still be reborn. Furthermore, its cultivation would be even higher after undergoing nirvana. This phoenix tribulation was an emperor saint weapon refined from the body of a newly born emperor phoenix after it underwent nirvana. One could only imagine how powerful this phoenix tribulation was. Back then, the undying Taoist was able to move unhindered in the ancient times because he had obtained the phoenix tribulation. He made a name for himself in the ancient times when experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. The iron blood Taoist had obtained the orthodoxy of the ancient undying Taoist, so he was naturally the successor of the phoenix bloodline. Although the unold demon child and the others were dying to snatch the phoenix tribulation, they knew that if they really did so, they would be the ones to die. Gu Fei had placed a seal on their divine souls, controlling the life and death of the three supremacies. This was no joke. Looks like there's a big guy inside. Yen gazed into the depths of the demon realm and murmured to herself, "The three of you shall take the lead." Gu Fei said to the unold demon child and the others, "Yes." Although they were unwilling, the unold demon child and the others had no other choice. The three supremacies then proceeded forward and disappeared into the darkness. Soon enough, the sounds of battle could be heard from the front. "Master, let us go." The red dragon was extremely excited. He was looking forward to a great battle like this. Here, he could fight without any worries. The setting sun demon cave was a place that once nurtured the innate demon forefather. A place like this was a heaven-defying place that was enveloped by an unknown Tao law, preventing the power of heaven's wrath from affecting it. "Go." Gu Fei nodded and said, "Yes." Chapter 2403. A great battle broke out. Gu Fei and the others were incomparably domineering. They slaughtered the powerful demonic creatures that dared to jump out and block their path as they headed deeper into the setting sun demonic domain. Boom! The unold demon child directly smashed a mountain-sized demonic beast into pieces with a single punch. Demonic blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. There was no need for him to use the black tortoise seal against such a little guy. Buzz! The void trembled as Heavenly Monarch Ziyang walked forward. He did not seem to have done anything, but all the demonic beasts that were charging at him were turned into dust and dissipated into the void. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the secret art of Wu to such a level. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. No matter how ferocious the demonic creatures were, they could not get within 10 zhang of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. Heavenly Monarch South Heaven was also very domineering. He seemed to have merged with the void around him. With a single thought, the void around him began to crack and crack. The demonic creatures that were charging at Heavenly Monarch South Heaven were directly slain by the cracks. The three Venerables pushed forward, and not a single demonic creature could stop them. Even the mountain-sized demonic creatures were directly beheaded, and not a single demonic creature could withstand even half a move from the three Venerables. Red Dragon and Yao Yu, who were chasing from behind, did not even have the chance to attack. All the demonic creatures were slain by the three supremacies. One demonic creature after another fell from the sky into the sea below. The black demonic blood dyed the seawater black. This, Red Dragon and Yao Yu were extremely shocked by the three supremacies' strength. Soon, the three supremacies had pushed forward for 1,000 li. Along the way, they had slain countless demonic creatures. Several extremely ferocious demonic beast kings had died in the hands of the three supremacies. The so-called peak strength of the human world was a joke in front of the three supremacies. Roar! Just as the three Venerables were slaughtering their way forward, earth-shattering demonic howls came from the depths of the setting sun demonic domain, and an extremely terrifying demonic aura erupted from the depths of the domain. Not long after, the three Venerables stopped because there were no more demonic creatures charging at them. There was a gigantic island ahead, an island filled with demonic energy that surged to the heavens. Gu Fei and the others followed from behind. Roar! Just as everyone arrived outside the island, a demonic howl sounded, and a huge figure appeared on the island, shrouded in demonic qi. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Who's going to kill this monster? Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, he had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye and could already tell what kind of existence it was. Master, I'll go. Crimson Dragon hurriedly jumped out. You. Seeing that the Crimson Dragon wanted to act, Gu Fei actually hesitated because the devil on the island wasn't simple. It might be an ancient devil beast. Master, I'm willing to go with senior brother to slay the demons. Yao, you also walked out. All right, if there's no way for us to win, let's not continue fighting. Gu Fei nodded. Yes, master. Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu spoke in unison. After that, they bowed to Gu Fei and soared into the air, breaking through the layers of devil qi and directly killing their way into the island. Lord, this Taoist Ironblood was somewhat worried. He was a saint, and there was no need for his cultivation to be sealed here. He could naturally sense how powerful the devil beast on the island was. Although the cultivation bases of Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu weren't weak, they were still insufficient when compared to that devil beast. There's no need to worry. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly opened his inner world and released that indestructible battle physique. Swish! In the next instant, the indestructible battle physique that came out from Gu Fei's inner world directly vanished before the eyes of everyone. The indestructible war physique might be a powerful killing tool for saints, but it could contend against venerable ones. This was because the war physique contained an immortal divinity that was indestructible, and even venerable ones could not destroy it. Very swiftly, powerful energy, fluctuations gushed forth from the island. The Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu had already started fighting against that devil beast. However, this battle didn't last for too long. The auras of the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu both weakened. That devil beast on the island was very powerful. It almost killed the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu. At the most crucial moment, Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique finally acted. Roar! The savage beast roared. Its gigantic body flashed as its tail was like a divine whip, sweeping towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Saint-level devil beast. The Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu knew that they really kicked an iron board this time around. If it wasn't for the indestructible battle physique acting, they would have died here. BZZ. A powerful energy fluctuation gushed forth from the hands of the indestructible battle physique. The space around the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu distorted. Before the tail of the devil beast could reach them, the indestructible battle physique executed a supreme art, sending the Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu out of the island. After that, the indestructible battle physique grabbed the tail of the devil beast that was sweeping towards him. With a loud roar, he swung the gigantic devil beast around. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as a gigantic mountain was directly smashed into pieces by the devil beast. Dust and dirt rose high into the sky as rocks flew everywhere. The entire island was instantly thrown into chaos. Countless monsters scrambled to avoid the rocks that were flying in all directions. Many of them were directly smashed to death by the flying rocks. The gigantic devil beast in the hands of the indestructible battle physique was like a broken cloth bag. It was continuously smashed into the ground, causing the entire island to tremble. The devil beast howled unceasingly, feeling incomparably depressed. It was actually being bullied by a puny human. This caused it to be both shocked and angered as it struggled with all its might. Go! The indestructible battle physique roared and directly flung the devil beast tens of thousands of feet away, smashing through a mountain peak. The upper half of the mountain peak fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. The magical beast fell to the ground, then struggled to stand up. Human, you have angered me. A wave of divine sense gushed forth from the devil beast as a voice rang out in the heart of the indestructible battle physique. So what if I have angered you? The indestructible battle physique spoke in disdain. This was a devil beast in the form of a Qilin, but it wasn't a true Qilin. It could only be considered an ancient devil beast with the Qilin Qi in its veins. I'm going to eat you. That devil beast roared in rage as it opened its mouth and sucked in the air. Rumble! The space trembled as a heaven-devouring might actually gushed out from the mouth of the devil beast. The entire space trembled under this suction force. Chapter 2404. A saint-ranked devil beast appeared. This was a powerful devil beast that had the bloodline of an ancient devil Qilin. The Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon were basically not its opponent. They were defeated the moment they came into contact with it. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's undying battle body acting in time, the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon would most probably have died on this island. The Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon were Gu Fei's disciples. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't allow them to die under the sharp claws of the saint-ranked devil beast. He executed a supreme innate technique in time, sending the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon out of the island. What's the situation inside? The Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon directly fell out of the air. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The pressure from the Devil Island was simply too powerful. Taoist Ironblood held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. A phoenix aura gushed forth from the tribulation, negating the devil might of the saint-ranked devil beasts. Only then did everyone feel less uncomfortable. It's a saint-ranked devil beast. The Crimson Dragon's voice trembled. Although his cultivation base has already reached the grand completion of the quasi-saint realm, only now did he truly understand the disparity between him and a saint-ranked devil beast. He who was at the grand completion of the quasi-saint realm was merely an ant in front of a saint-ranked devil beast. Jade Moon was in an even worse state. Her countenance was pale and she had yet to recover. That devil beast was truly too terrifying. If it wasn't for her master's undying battle body acting, she would most probably have been killed by that devil beast. You guys can't continue like this. With me around, I'm invincible. My bloodline will only grow stronger the stronger we meet. Even if we aren't its opponent, we mustn't lose the conviction of being invincible in our hearts. Gu Fei spoke. His voice contained Tao rhymes, like the morning bell, ringing out in the hearts of the Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon, causing their spirits to tremble. Master's teachings are right. The Crimson Dragon and Jade Moon soon calmed the fear in their hearts. Although they didn't completely shake off the shadow in their hearts, they no longer feared the aura of that saint-ranked devil beast. Very good. Gu Fei involuntarily nodded when he saw this. His judgment wasn't bad. The performance of these two disciples wasn't bad. Rumble! At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from the island ahead. The entire island was trembling as an extremely powerful energy, fluctuation, gushed forth from the depths of the island. Numerous cracks could be seen on the numerous mountains on the island, as though they would collapse at any moment. Countless devilish creatures fought to escape from the island. That magical beast is actually so strong. Ironblood, Taoist said in shock. At this moment, in the depths of the Devil Island, Gu Fei's indestructible body was currently fighting against a saint-level devil beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared and inhaled at the indestructible battle physique in the sky. A heaven-devouring force immediately swept out from the bloody mouth and enveloped the indestructible battle physique in an instant. Swoosh! The powerful devouring power sucked the indestructible war physique into the mouth of the demonic beast. Humph! You want to eat me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The indestructible battle physique coldly snorted as a cruel smile appeared on his face. After that, he stretched out his hand and directly executed the heaven-covering palm. The gigantic palm blotted out the sky, instantly blocking the devouring power of the demonic beast. The golden palm glowed with boundless golden light as it slammed down from the air. Boom! Without any suspense, the gigantic demonic beast was actually smashed into the ground by the palm strike of the indestructible battle physique. The entire ground trembled from the impact of the palm strike. A gigantic palm imprint appeared on the ground. All the mountains within a radius of a few thousand miles instantly crumbled and crumbled. The entire island was in chaos, as though it was about to be smashed into pieces by the palm strike of the indestructible battle physique. In the air outside the island, everyone was incomparably shocked when they saw the dust rising up into the sky. Their lord's indestructible battle physique was truly too powerful. The strength of the indestructible battle physique wasn't something they could imagine. Gu Fei was very calm because the indestructible battle physique was his killing tool. There was a subtle connection between the two of them. Everything the indestructible battle physique saw, everything he felt as though he was fighting against the demonic beast himself. Lord, let me deal with that little brat. The unold demon child spoke to Gu Fei. At this moment, an incomparably powerful devilish aura gushed forth from the surroundings. More than one demonic beast appeared in the vicinity. These demonic beasts were all spectating. Wouldn't it be better to draw all of them over and deal with them in one go? Gu Fei spoke when he heard that. Yes. The unold demon child nodded and no longer spoke. The shock waves from the battle between the demonic beasts were extremely vast. This place was the setting Sun Devil region, a world of its own. It was difficult for the heavenly wrath to descend here. This was why there was no need for these demonic beasts to seal themselves. Almost all the powerful demonic beasts in the entire setting Sun Devil region were alarmed. All of them rushed to the Devil Island, appearing in the vicinity of the island. The powerful devilish aura caused the entire space to darken. Devil chi coiled around the area, and within the devil chi, there would occasionally be silhouettes appearing and howling. Those demonic beasts are almost here. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. There were actually 5 extremely powerful auras of demonic beasts appearing in the vicinity, all of them secretly observing the battle. Rumble! At this moment, the Devil Island in front of them trembled violently as a series of pitch-black cracks appeared. From those cracks, black devilish chi could be seen seeping out. The incomparably gigantic Devil Island actually showed signs of cracking apart. Numerous mountains, shrouded in devilish chi, continuously collapsed from the sky. It was a scene of doomsday. Human, I'll fight it out with you. The roars of the demonic beasts rang out from the depths of the Devil Path. All the demonic beasts in the sea region were terrified to the extreme. It was like the roars of a supreme ruler. Come on. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was as calm as ever. He was indestructible, and no matter how powerful his opponent was, he had no fear, because other than paragons and human emperors, no one else could truly destroy his indestructible battle physique. Roar! Devil roars shook the sky as boundless devil chi gathered from all directions. The sky above the Devil Island changed color as a gigantic demonic beast as tall as the heavens appeared. That is, outside the Devil Island, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. This demonic beast wasn't simple. The Devil Qilin bloodline in its body most probably had already completely awakened. That gigantic demonic beast that appeared in the air was none other than the phantom of the Devil Qilin. Devil Qilin. This was a supreme demonic beast that was born from the origin of devils. It could contend against innate divine beasts and could even hunt ancient gods. This ancient bloodline was incomparably tyrannical. Once its bloodline was awakened, it would be many times stronger compared to ordinary saint-ranked demonic beasts. Very good. Things are getting interesting now. Chapter 2405. The saint-level magical beast had inherited the bloodline of the ancient, great, ferocious demon Qilin. At this moment, the saint-level magical beast had to use the power of its bloodline. Rumble! A huge demonic shadow appeared between the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic aura that made all living beings tremble erupted from the saint-level magical beast. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking and regenerating came from the saint-level magical beast. The appearance of the dragon-headed magical beast changed, and the two short horns on its head began to grow. Marks that looked like demonic fire began to appear on the scaly body. The Qilin tail grew thicker, and the scales on the Qilin tail emitted a clanging sound. When the two dragon horns appeared on the saint-level magical beast's head, a shocking demonic aura erupted from the magical beast. Buzz! Where the saint-level magical beast was, the void shook violently. A ball of demonic fire emerged from the body of the magical beast and enveloped it. Humph! You're too arrogant. You shouldn't have made me display my strongest combat body. The saint-level magical beast's voice sounded. Its blood-red eyes stared emotionlessly at the indestructible combat body and said coldly, "TSK, even if your ancestor were here, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me, let alone you." Gu Fei's indestructible combat body said disdainfully, "Although the ancient, great, ferocious demon Qilin was powerful enough to hunt down ancient gods, it couldn't destroy the indestructible combat body. You're too arrogant. Die!" The saint-level magical beast roared furiously. Black lightning rushed out of the two dragon horns and bombarded Gu Fei's indestructible combat body. This was the demon thunder of Nirvana. If hit by it, even a sage would be destroyed and turned into ashes. It was extremely powerful. Chaotic reversal. The indestructible combat body waved his hands in front of him. A wave of power spread from his hands. The void was distorted. The demon thunder of Nirvana that bombarded him was all reversed and then bombarded the saint-level magical beast. What? The saint-level magical beast was shocked. It couldn't believe that the opponent could reverse its attack and use it to attack it. Roar! The saint-rank magical beast let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, dodging the bolts of Nirvana demon lightning that were hurtling towards it. What kind of divine power is this? The saint-rank magical beast was no longer calm. The other party actually grasped such a great technique, making it feel a great pressure. The other party was basically standing in an invincible position. That's funny, why should I tell you? Gu Fei's indestructible war form laughed. Bam! As he said that, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body directly blasted a palm towards the saint-grade magical beast in front of him. Extremely powerful ripples of energy erupted from his palm. A rune emerged from the palm of the indestructible battle body. Buzz! A huge golden hand appeared in the sky, radiating with terrifying energy ripples that caused even the heavens to pale. It slammed towards the Saint Tier magical beast in the sky. The indestructible battle body once again displayed the heaven-covering palm. This killing tool was truly heaven-defying. It contained immortal divinity, and it seemed to be able to unleash all kinds of spell techniques, including martial arts and battle skills. Sometimes Gu Fei even felt that this indestructible war physique was a vessel that could contain any kind of power. Depending on the user of this war physique, different spells and battle techniques could be unleashed. Bam! A dull thud sounded, and the mountainous saint-grade magical beast was sent flying by the giant golden hand. Swish! The indestructible battle body displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps, and with just 1 step it had already caught up with the saint-grade magical beast. It then launched another palm attack. Without any suspense, the saint-grade magical beast was sent flying again. The saint-grade magical beast roared again, and black demonic flames danced all over its body. A series of flame-shaped demonic patterns emerged on its massive body, drawing upon the power of the demonic Qilin. Boom! When Gu Fei's indestructible battle body launched another palm attack, The saint-grade magical beast attacked with its claws with all its might, and the power of its bloodline erupted, forcibly blocking the giant golden hand. However, just when the saint-grade magical beast was rejoicing, a figure had already arrived above its head. The saint-grade magical beast raised its head abruptly, and then it saw a foot rapidly enlarging in its pupils. Bam! Kacha! The saint-grade magical beast only felt darkness before its eyes and a pain in its head. It almost fainted, and its massive body directly fell from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and the saint-grade magical beast directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit and raising dust and debris. The saint-rank magical beast was about to go crazy. It desperately rushed out of the ground, only to see that one of its horns had already disappeared. Clearly, that dragon horn had been broken by the indestructible battle physique's foot. A black bone rushed out of the saint-grade magical beast's body, and then smashed towards the indestructible battle body. What is this? The indestructible battle body was a little surprised. A black bone seemed to be half a leg bone. What was the use of it? However, when the indestructible battle body punched out and wanted to shake off the black bone, an irresistible force actually came from the black bone. The indestructible battle body was directly sent flying thousands of meters away by the force that erupted from the black bone. What? The indestructible battle body did not feel pain, but it did not mean that he could not sense signs of injury. He looked down and saw that there are actually tiny cracks on his right fist. However, in the next moment, those tiny cracks on his fist disappeared. Good heavens, this bone actually injured me? Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was very surprised, and he stared at the black bone that flew back to the saint-grade magical beast. What is that? High up in the sky outside the Devil Island, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of light. Primal chaos, Tao, runes appeared in his eyes, and chaotic qi circulated around his eyes. He wanted to look into the depths of the Devil Island, but at this moment, a strange fluctuation enveloped the entire space in front of him. Even with his martial, Tao heavenly eye, it was hard for him to see through it. A piece of true bone. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. At this moment, the saint-grade magical beast roared in anger and rushed towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. That piece of black bone floated above its head, and black qi revolved around it. Humph. You actually forced me to use the true bone of my ancestor. You can be considered the first person in the past tens of thousands of years to do so. The saint-grade magical beast's voice was incomparably cold. Its killing intent soared into the sky, and one of its dragon horns was broken by the indestructible battle body. To this magical beast, this was definitely a great humiliation. Die. Chapter 2406. The saint-grade magical beast had inherited the bloodline of the ancient Qilin, and the ancestral true bone in its hand had a shocking origin. It was most likely an ancestral bone left behind by the Qilin. The ancient Qilin was extremely powerful, and it was most likely an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator who had surpassed the supremacy level. A piece of ultimate Emperor true bone left behind by such an expert was unimaginably powerful. Buzz! The saint-grade magical beast threw the black bone at Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. A streak of black light shot out from the bone, and a large swath of space collapsed and was destroyed. A talisman appeared on the black bone. Bang! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was sent flying again. The indestructible battle body was covered in cracks, and each crack was shining with a golden light. There are talismans intertwining within the cracks. This, the indestructible war physique, was shocked to the extreme. The power emanating from the black bone was so strong that it almost shattered the indestructible war physique that contained immortal divinity. At this moment, the indestructible battle body's indestructible battle body came into play, and the cracks on the indestructible battle body quickly disappeared. You were able to withstand an attack from the ancestral bone. The black bone flew back into the saint-grade magical beast's hand. It was extremely shocked. After all, this black bone was the true bone of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator left behind by its ancestor. Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were already on par with supremacies. Even if an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had died countless years ago and only left behind a bone, it would still be more powerful than any holy weapon. Could this be the true bone left behind by the ancient Qilin? The indestructible battle body was shocked. After all, it could sense an immortal aura from the black bone, an aura that wouldn't disappear even after countless tribulations. Again, the saint-grade magical beast threw out the black bone again, wanting to deal a fatal blow to the indestructible battle body. However, it never would have thought that its opponent wasn't a saint-grade human, but a mere killing tool. The indestructible war physique was famous on the Myrtle ancestral star, as it had slaughtered countless living beings. However, this was the soaring dragon ancestral star. The indestructible battle physique had never appeared on the soaring dragon ancestral star, and it had been a very long time since that holy grade, devilish beast had left the setting sun demon realm, so it was even more difficult to identify the indestructible battle physique. Buzz! The black bone trembled, and a dark light curled around it. A black Qilin phantom emerged from the black bone, and a power fluctuation that made the indestructible body tremble erupted from the black bone. Boom! The void around the black bones immediately collapsed and was annihilated. A great devouring force emerged from the black bones, trying to devour the indestructible battle physique. The indestructible battle physique was taken aback. He could feel that the black bone seemed to have suddenly gained a life of its own and actually wanted to devour him. The devouring power that erupted from the black bone was incomparably strong, causing the undying battle physique to involuntarily fly towards the black bone. The black bone was like a black hole devouring everything. Damn it! At this moment, in the sky outside the Devil Island, Gu Fei's eyes gleamed with sharpness. He could sense the state of the indestructible battle physique. Roar! At this moment, the indestructible battle physique roared in rage. His entire body shone with boundless golden light as ancient and profound Tao runes gushed forth from him, directly imprinting themselves in the air. Rumble! An extremely powerful force erupted from the indestructible battle physique. The space around him was directly sealed by this force, blocking the devouring power radiating from the black bone. Nothing more than a deathbed struggle. The holy grade, devilish beast spoke arrogantly. It coldly stared at the indestructible battle physique. It knew that it would be extremely difficult for this black bone to awaken, but once it did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Only the holy grade, devilish beast knew that this black bone contained a strand of the remnant will of its ancestor. This remnant will would only awaken from its slumber when it encountered an undying divinity. The remnant will of the black bone wanted to use an undying item to nourish its soul and repair its damaged soul, hoping that it could be reborn in defiance of the heavens. The indestructible battle physique roared in rage. Countless Tao runes appeared around him, drawing upon the energy of the great Tao. However, this black bone was truly too bizarre and powerful. Countless golden runes were being destroyed. Even if the indestructible battle physique unleashed his full strength, it would be hard for him to sustain it for too long. At this moment, in the sky outside the Devil Island, a beam of golden light shot forth from Gu Fei, directly vanishing into the air. In the next instant, a beam of golden light shot out from the space above the black bone, breaking through the terrifying devouring power and landing before the indestructible battle physique. BZZ! The space trembled as the golden light retracted. A bronze truncheon appeared before the indestructible battle physique, glowing with a misty golden light as an emperor aura gushed forth. The indestructible battle physique grabbed the truncheon and smashed it out with all his might. A powerful emperor might erupted forth as the devouring power of the black bone instantly crumbled apart. Bang! The black bone was directly smashed away by the truncheon as numerous cracks appeared on its surface. What? The shock of the demonic beast was no small matter. It was truly unbelievable. That person actually smashed away the true bone of its ancestor with a truncheon? Such a thing had never happened before. Human emperor, divine weapon. The demonic beast seemed to have thought of something. In the next instant, it turned and chased after the black bone, wanting to collect it before fleeing. However, the indestructible battle physique wouldn't let this demonic beast off so easily. Earlier, he was almost devoured by the black bone. The true bone of an emperor-level beast contained an undying devilish chi within. If he could refine it, wouldn't he be able to raise the combat prowess of the indestructible battle physique? Swish! The indestructible battle physique unleashed his maximum speed of 8 steps. With just 2 steps, he had already caught up to the demonic beast. With no hesitation, he directly smashed the truncheon towards the demonic beast. There was no suspense at all. Under the might of the emperor level, even a Saint Venerable would be destroyed, let alone a mere demonic beast. Bang! The demonic beast's huge body exploded as it was smashed into a bloody mist by the truncheon. A gust of wind blew past, and the bloody mist immediately dissipated into the air. Then the indestructible battle physique opened his mouth and sucked in the black bone, which had been smashed into countless cracks by the truncheon, into his stomach. There was no doubt that refining immortal substances could increase the combat prowess of the indestructible battle physique. The indestructible battle physique was going to refine this black bone. After the demonic beast was killed by the indestructible battle physique, the demonic beasts nearby were all extremely shocked and wanted to retreat. Chapter 2407. All of you stay here. The 3 martial supremacies were incomparably powerful. The aura of a martial supremacy surged in all directions, causing powerful demonic beasts to tremble and lose the will to resist. Bang! The unold demon child made his move right away. He reached out his hand and grabbed one of the demonic beasts. He then clenched his hand and crushed the demonic beast into a mist of blood. Ordinary demonic beasts were no match for a sacred venerate. As Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Monarch Zeong made their moves, the 5 demonic beasts were all slain. When the 3 sacred venerates were about to leave, Heavenly Monarch Zeong suddenly sensed something and pointed his finger. A purple divine ray immediately shot out from his finger and penetrated a void beside him. Humph! A sneer was heard, and a figure stepped out of the void. Then he extended his hand and stopped the purple divine light that was shooting towards him. It was a white-haired, black-robed young man with a pale face. Wisps of black, demonic aura lingered around the young man's body. His blood-red eyes flickered with a bloody glow as if they were connected to a blood-red world. When Hierarch South Heaven and the unold demon child saw the young demon, they were surprised. They did not expect another demonic beast to be hiding nearby. This isn't a demonic beast that has been demonized. Soon, Hierarch South Heaven and the unold demon child sensed a strange aura from the white-haired young man. It was an aura that ordinary demonic beasts did not have. Could the setting sun demons really still exist? At that moment, even Heavenly Monarch Zeong could not help but frown as his expression turned stern. 3 sacred venerates are here at the same time. How impressive! The white-haired young man looked at the unold demon child and the others and said coldly, "True demonic aura, you're a remnant of the setting sun demons." Hierarch South Heaven said in a deep voice. He did not look too good either. A demon supremacy? That's quite surprising. The unold demon child's expression did not change. He had the Emperor Divine weapon, the black tortoise seal, so he was not afraid of his opponent. Of course, this was the demon domain, so he had no choice but to be cautious. A layer of water blue, transparent, Wave-like, demonic energy emerged from the unaging demon child's body, and the sound of crashing waves seemed to come from the void. Ultimate Emperor Realm Aura. You actually have an Ultimate Emperor armament on you. The white-haired youth suddenly said, "Humph." The unold demon child snorted coldly and did not say anything. Which one of us should go kill this devil bastard? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang said. The unaging demon child and the South Heaven supremacy remained silent. You two old fellows! Heavenly Monarch Ziyang knew that Supremacy South Heaven and the unaging demon child would not simply take action. They were unaware of the white-haired demon's true strength. Thus, they did not want to be the first to attack. You want to kill me? I guess you'll be disappointed. A smile suddenly appeared on the white-haired devil cultivator's deathly pale face. Then his figure quickly faded, as if he was going to fuse with the surrounding space. What? The three supremacies were shocked to see this. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang immediately made his move. A purple glow shrouded the area, trying to seal the space and imprison the demon. However, it was useless. The white-haired devil cultivator's figure still disappeared into the void. What a cunning demon! This is only a projection between the heavens and the earth, not the true body. Divine runes vaguely appeared in the South Heaven Supremacy's eyes. They did not expect this to happen, as the demon's figure was too realistic, as if his real body had descended. Preposterous! Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's expression was terrifyingly dark. He had been too careless, and the little demon dared to play tricks in front of him. Damn it. Let's go! At least we know that the setting sun demons still exist. The unaging demon child turned around and left. Setting sun demons! Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's eyes flickered coldly. He turned around and left too. He knew that the white-haired devil cultivator's real body was most likely in the setting sun demon lair. The setting sun demons were very strong. The white-haired devil cultivator should be a demon sovereign. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a trick. One should know that Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and the others were the three supremacies. I sense the aura of a true demon just now. What's going on? When the three supremacies returned to where Gu Fei was, Gu Fei asked them, "My lord, that was a projection of the setting sun demons." The unaging demon child answered, "There are setting sun demons in this world." Everyone was shocked to hear this. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. One should know that various signs indicated that the setting sun demons had already been wiped out in the great chaos of the ancient times. Even the setting sun demon lord had fallen. How could the other clansmen have survived the great calamity? However, regardless of whether Gu Fei and the others believed it or not, the devil cultivator among the setting sun demons had already shown himself. This was an indisputable fact. Seems like things are getting interesting. As Gu Fei spoke, he couldn't help but look into the depths of the demon territory where the demonic nature was the strongest. Let's continue. As Gu Fei spoke, he took the lead and headed into the depths of the demon territory without any scruples. At this time, as the sage-level devil cultivators were almost completely wiped out by Gu Fei and the others, the surrounding devil cultivators were already extinct. Along the way, they actually didn't see any devil cultivators. Gu Fei and the others pushed forward for thousands of miles without encountering a single devil cultivator. However, there were many mountains floating on the sea in front of them. The mountains floating on the sea were completely silent. They actually couldn't sense the aura of any devil cultivator, so Gu Fei had to be careful. After advancing for another few hundred miles, they saw a huge black city, floating high in the sky with demonic chi lingering around it. An obscure yet powerful demonic aura was emitted from the huge black city. It was an ancient city that had existed for countless years, and it was full of vicissitudes and mysteriousness. Who wants to go and take a look? Gu Fei turned around and said to the others, "Crimson Dragon and Yao, you really wanted to go up there. But Gu Fei knew that with Crimson Dragon and Yao Yu's cultivation, it was utterly impossible for them to do so. Only those saint rank experts were qualified to inspect this ancient city. "My lord, let me go." The iron-blood Taoist stood out. Previously, the three Venerable Ones had displayed their remarkable abilities and killed the sage-level devil cultivators. Now, it was his turn to take action. "All right, be careful." Gu Fei glanced at the iron-blood Taoist and nodded. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 2408. The huge demon city floated in the demonic aura with an indescribable aura lingering around it. No one knew what was inside the demon city, or whether the sunset demons were inside. Gu Fei and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the demon city. This time, the iron-blood Taoist decided to take action. He asked for Gu Fei's permission, then walked towards the huge city with the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. 1,000 miles was nothing to a saint. The iron-blood Taoist arrived in front of the demon city in just a few steps. The demon city's wide open gate was like the wide open mouth of a terrifying demonic beast, as if it was going to devour everything that approached the gate. The demon city was very quiet. No sound could be heard from inside. It seemed like a huge city that had been abandoned for God knows how long. It was as if it was simply an empty city. However, the iron-blood Taoist, who was standing in front of the demon city, felt as if he was facing a terrifying creature. The demon city seemed to have a life of its own. "Why do I feel this way?" The iron-blood Taoist carefully sized up the demon city in front of him. He was not in a hurry to enter, but he could not sense any aura of living beings, not even demonic beasts. After confirming that there were no demonic beasts lurking in the city, the iron-blood Taoist held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and walked towards the city gate. The Phoenix Tribulation in his hand emitted a ball of fire that enveloped his entire body. The 9 Phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation were faintly discernible. "This little fella is too cautious." The unold demon child couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing this scene. "There's no harm in being careful." Hierarch South Heaven, who was standing beside the unold demon child, said. 3 Saint Venerables actually submitted to Gu Fei. This was unimaginable. No one would believe it even if they told others. However, it was the truth. "This demon city isn't simple." Heavenly Emperor Xian looked at the huge city that was shrouded in demonic aura. His eyes flickered. No one knew what he saw. At this moment, the figure of the iron-blood Taoist had already disappeared through the gate of the demon city. The moment the iron-blood Taoist entered the demon city, he sensed that something was wrong. There was an unimaginably powerful aura flickering in and out of existence in the demon city. The streets were quiet, and no living creatures could be seen. The houses on both sides of the streets were also pitch black without a trace of light. Moreover, the doors and windows of every house were locked. The iron-blood Taoist walked forward step by step. He sensed the movements around him nervously, not daring to relax at all. Bang! At this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. It was the sound of something hitting something. A breeze blew past, and a cloud of dust swirled around the corner of the street. Soon, the cloud of dust scattered on the ground. The iron-blood Taoist was startled by the sudden noise. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to find that the window of a house not far to his right had been opened at some point, and a breeze was blowing in, making a noise. It was pitch black inside the window, and he couldn't see anything at all. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist suddenly sensed that something was spying on him, which made him feel uneasy. "Stop acting mysterious. Do you dare come out and fight me?" The iron-blood Taoist's voice rang out in the silent demon city, but there was no response. Not even a ghost could be seen in the ancient city. "Humph!" The iron-blood Taoist sneered and continued walking forward. This street led directly to the center of the ancient city. "What's going on?" The iron-blood Taoist sensed that the further he went, the stronger the demonic aura in the city became, as if a supreme demon was waiting for him in front of him. I don't care what it is. As long as it dares to jump out, I'll burn it to ashes. The iron blood Taoist's body was surrounded by flames, and 9 fire elemental primordial runes appeared on his body. He activated the power of the world, and a powerful saintly aura swept out in all directions. The phoenix tribulation in his hand also emitted a trace of ultimate emperor aura. The iron blood Taoist didn't encounter any demonic creatures along the way. When he arrived at the center of the ancient city, he saw a high platform in the square, and a black coffin was placed on it. This, the iron blood Taoist, couldn't help but be shocked. He could sense that the terrifying demonic aura originated from the coffin on the high platform. He hesitated for a moment, then directly walked towards the high platform in front of him. However, just as the iron blood Taoist approached the high platform, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the corner of the street and pounced at the iron blood Taoist. Finally can't help but jump out? The iron blood Taoist seemed to know what was going to happen. He immediately moved over a dozen feet away, then waved the phoenix tribulation in his hand. A ball of fire immediately rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and hit the black shadow. Roar! The black shadow roared angrily and was instantly enveloped by the true phoenix fire. It was then burned to ashes and dissipated in the void. It was a black, demonic dog surrounded by black gas. However, it was nothing in the face of the true phoenix fire and was instantly burned to ashes. However, even though the demonic dog was burned to death, the iron blood Taoist couldn't feel happy. This was because deep roars could be heard from the surrounding street corners. Countless blood-red eyes appeared in the dark void. Countless demonic dogs had gathered in the surroundings, which made the iron blood Taoist feel uneasy. These demonic dogs weren't a threat, but he knew that there was a big guy behind them. The feeling of being watched still existed. Roar! Suddenly, countless demonic dogs surrounded by black gas roared and charged at the iron blood Taoist. They swept across the ground like black smoke at an extremely fast speed. You're courting death. The iron blood Taoist directly raised the phoenix tribulation in his hand. A ball of divine fire immediately swept out from the phoenix tribulation and burned in all directions. The demonic dogs howled and turned into ashes in the divine fire of the phoenix tribulation. These low-level demonic creatures couldn't withstand the divine fire of the phoenix tribulation at all. The fire lit up the dark sky. Countless demonic dogs were burned to death, leaving only some black dust on the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the black dust dissipated in the void. The divine fire of the phoenix dissipated, and none of the demonic dogs were spared. They were all burned to death as if they were never there. Bang! Chapter 2409. A black coffin was placed on a high platform in the center of the demon city. The source of the demon city's demonic nature was this coffin. This made the iron blood Taoist's heart palpitate. A tiny coffin was actually the source of the massive demon city's demonic nature. Just as the iron blood Taoist destroyed the countless demon hounds with his true phoenix fire, the coffin on the high platform suddenly shook as if something was about to break out of it. What's going on? The iron blood Taoist was cautious. He did not go forward rashly. After all, nobody knew what was in the coffin on the high platform. The demonic nature that emanated from the coffin was too strong. It was as if a peerless demon was hiding inside, causing the iron blood Taoist's heart to palpitate. What exactly is spying on us? Although he had exterminated countless devilish hounds, the feeling of being spied on didn't disappear. Clearly, there were definitely other unknown demonic creatures in this city apart from the devilish hounds. Are you not coming out? I'll burn this coffin then. At this thought, the iron blood Taoist walked up to the high platform and stepped on the stone steps. The moment the iron blood Taoist's right foot stepped on the stone steps, rays of demonic light rushed out from the ground around the high platform, and demonic patterns appeared on the ground. Countless demonic patterns interweaved on the ground, and an extremely powerful demonic power rapidly condensed. At this moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist knew that he seemed to have triggered the demonic formation here. Next, a shocking scene unfolded. Countless demonic patterns emerged from the ground and interweaved into figures. The figures actually stood up from the ground and pressed towards the Iron-Blood Taoist. The Iron-Blood Taoist was extremely shocked at the sight of this. The demonic figures formed from interweaved demonic patterns emitted extremely powerful demonic power. What worried the Iron-Blood Taoist the most was that these demonic figures did not have flesh and blood. They were only phantoms condensed from a formation. However, these phantoms were much more powerful than ordinary demonic creatures. In the demonic formation, demonic chi surged and countless demonic patterns interweaved to form 9 demonic shadows. These 9 demonic shadows charged towards the Iron-Blood Taoist at the same time. The powerful demonic power sealed the space between heaven and earth. Interesting. With the Phoenix Tribulation in hand, the Iron-Blood Taoist was unafraid of the demonic formation. He retracted his right foot and directly activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. A peerlessly powerful energy immediately erupted from the Phoenix Tribulation. 9 patterns of the great path of the Phoenix appeared above the Phoenix Tribulation, emanating a wisp of ultimate Emperor Realm aura. Buzz! The void trembled as if it had sensed the ultimate Emperor Realm aura emanating from the Phoenix Tribulation. The inscriptions on the entire demonic formation lit up, and the void trembled. The power of the 9 demonic figures became even stronger. It was as if 9 supreme demonic lords had descended into the demon city. 9 children demonic formation. Outside the demon city, Gu Fei, who had used his heavenly eye of martial path, was shocked to see what was happening inside the city. The 9 children demonic formation had been lost for a long time, and he had not expected to see it here. It was not difficult to set up the 9 children demonic formation, but the difficulty lay in the fact that it required the souls of 9 cultivators who had attained the Tao to suppress the 9 eyes of the formation. One had to find 9 cultivators who had attained the Tao, kill them all, and extract their souls to suppress the 9 eyes of the formation. Only then would the 9 children demonic formation be completed. The 9 demonic shadows were actually the souls of 9 great demons who had attained the Tao in the Devil Tao. One could only imagine how terrifying the 9 children demonic formation was. The 9 demonic figures displayed extreme power, and one of them directly punched towards the Iron-Blood Taoist. Terrifying demonic power erupted from the demonic figure's fist. The demonic figure's right fist seemed to have turned into a black sun, emitting rays of black light. The Iron-Blood Taoist did not think too much. He immediately activated the Phoenix Tribulation to block the demonic figure's fist. The 9 patterns of the great path of the Phoenix shone with a dazzling divine light. Bang! The demonic figure's fist collided with the Phoenix Tribulation, causing transparent ripples to spread out. The Phoenix Tribulation's runes didn't move at all, but the demonic figure was sent flying backwards. One of the demonic figure's right arms had disappeared, shattered by the power of the Phoenix Tribulation. The demonic runes interweaved, and the demonic figure's right arm rapidly recovered. In just a few breaths, the right arm that had been shattered by the Phoenix Tribulation had completely recovered. As long as the formation is not destroyed, the demonic figure will not disperse. How troublesome! The Iron-Blood Taoist's expression was incomparably solemn. At this time, the other 8 demonic figures had already surrounded him. The powerful demonic aura caused the entire world to tremble. The demonic figures emitted energy waves that directly sealed the void around the Iron-Blood Taoist, cutting off all his escape routes. Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. The Iron-Blood Taoist did not dare to be negligent. He immediately used the strongest killing move he could, and the essence in his body began to gather towards the phoenix tribulation in his hand. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and a wave of true ultimate Emperor Realm aura appeared in the sky. The 9 patterns of the phoenix on the phoenix tribulation flew out, transforming into 9 flaming phoenixes that soared into the sky and broke through the demonic figures, sealing power. The 9 flaming phoenixes danced in the sky, and every single one of them shone with dazzling divine light. It was as if 9 divine suns had appeared in the sky above the demon city. The extremely powerful power of the phoenixes spread out in all directions, forcing the 9 demonic figures to retreat. Then the 9 flaming phoenixes charged down from the sky, burying themselves into the ground. The ground was immediately covered in a layer of fiery light, and the formation runes on the ground began to dissipate. As the demonic formation collapsed, the 9 demonic figures that had appeared from the demonic formation immediately became faint, as if they could disappear at any moment. How is this possible? A voice suddenly came from outside the demonic formation. The living beings outside were extremely shocked. The person who had broken into the demon city was actually this powerful. The iron-blood Taoist saw through the fiery light and saw that person. It was a pale-faced young man dressed in black. He did not even need to think to know that the person who had been spying on him was this demon. Die. Without another word, the iron-blood Taoist attacked that person. Monstrous flames burned towards the demon, covering the sky and making it impossible for the demon to dodge. Humph! The demon snorted coldly. Then, a layer of demonic light appeared on his body, blocking the true phoenix flames that were burning towards him. You're about to die and you still don't know. How sad. A look of excitement flashed across the demon's eyes as he spoke. What? Chapter 2410. The appearance of a black coffin in the demon city shocked the iron-blood Taoist. When he wanted to ascend the platform, he triggered the demon formation protecting the platform. The iron-blood Taoist had no choice but to use the power of the Phoenix Tribulation to destroy the demonic formation. The 9 fire phoenixes that rushed out of the Phoenix Tribulation swooped down from the sky and disappeared into the ground. The true phoenix fire was erupting. This type of fire could destroy everything and burn everything to ashes. Under the burning of the true phoenix fire, the runes that formed the demonic formation continuously collapsed and dissipated. The 9 demonic shadows formed by the demonic formation's power also became faint as the runes were continuously destroyed, as if they could dissipate at any time. Just as the iron-blood Taoist was using the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand to break the formation, the sunset demons appeared. You still don't know when you're about to die. The Setting Sun Devil Clan's Devil Dweller said. The iron-blood Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. Rumble! At that moment, the black coffin on the platform began to shake, and a powerful demonic aura erupted from the coffin. Buzz! The void trembled, and the runes on the ground, which had been destroyed by the iron-blood Taoist's true phoenix fire, instantly reassembled and emitted terrifying demonic light. Roar! A faint roar came from the void. The 9 demonic shadows roared at the sky. They didn't have physical bodies, so they naturally couldn't make any sound. However, the 9 demonic shadows seemed to be walking out of the void. Their figures became extremely real, as if they were real demons with flesh and blood. What's going on? The iron-blood Taoist was extremely shocked. The power of the Phoenix Tribulation was actually suppressed by the demonic formation, and the true phoenix fire that swept out was forced back by the demonic aura. The things here aren't what you can imagine, the sunset demon sneered. The demon from the Setting Sun Demon clan sneered. Then, the demon disappeared from the formation. Demon bastard, come and fight me if you have the guts! The iron-blood Taoist roared. At this moment, the power of the demonic formation increased greatly. 9 demonic figures stood in 9 different directions in the formation and pressed towards him. The entire space was sealed. Demonic patterns appeared in the space around the Iron Blood Taoist, triggering the most powerful demonic power in an attempt to obliterate the Iron Blood Taoist. At this moment, 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the ground and turned into 9 fire phoenixes. They circled around the Iron Blood Taoist and emitted terrifying Phoenix true fire, burning the void and contending against the 9 demonic shadows. Buzz. The Phoenix tribulation thrummed in the Iron Blood Taoist's hands, and a powerful ultimate Emperor Realm aura surged from the Phoenix tribulation, blocking the 9 demonic shadows. At this time, outside the demon city, Gu Fei and the others sensed the changes happening in the ancient city ahead. What's going on? Why has the demonic aura in this world become so much stronger? Yanner said with a frown. That little guy is probably in trouble, the unold demon child said. As a demon venerable, he could naturally see what Yen-Er could not. He could sense that the aura of the supreme demon ancestor was awakening in the ancient city. That little guy has the Phoenix tribulation. Ordinary demonic children are no match for him. Hierarch Southern Heaven said disapprovingly. One should know that the Phoenix tribulation was an ultimate Emperor artifact, and the Iron Blood Taoist was the successor of the Phoenix bloodline. In the hands of the Iron Blood Taoist, the Phoenix tribulation was able to unleash its full potential. You can't say that. There might be more than a few demonic children in this demon city. I'm afraid there might be some big guys hiding here. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang's eyes were shrouded in purple chi as he said, "Who's willing to go in and see what's going on?" Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, "I'll go take a look." Hierarch Southern Heaven walked out. "All right." Gu Fei glanced at Hierarch Southern Heaven and said, "Swoosh." Hierarch Southern Heaven's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a figure appeared outside the gate of the demon city with a flash. How fast! Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this. Hierarch Southern Heaven was an ultimate god who had achieved Tao in ancient times. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to suppress him. Now, the 3 rulers of the 3 continents had become Gu Fei's subordinates. Hierarch Southern Heaven did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the demon city, disappearing inside. At that moment, a terrifying aura of the supreme demon lord spread out from the ancient city, causing Gu Fei and the others to be shocked. "Looks like Hierarch Southern Heaven is in trouble," someone muttered. The supreme demon lord was an existence that could compete with supremes. Could it be that the setting sun demon lord was still alive? The unaging demon child and heavenly monarch Zi Yang's expressions changed when they sensed the powerful demonic aura. One should know that the supreme demon lord was too powerful. Behind Gu Fei, the faces of the 12 bandits were as pale as paper. Their bodies trembled as if they were about to fall from the sky. The aura of the supreme demon lord had shaken their souls. Buzz! Gu Fei raised his hand, and an ancient cauldron flew out from his hand and hovered above everyone's heads. Streams of primordial chaos chi descended from the sky. An endless yet powerful aura immediately shrouded everyone. This, seeing the ancient cauldron, the unaging demon child and heavenly monarch Zi Yang's eyes burned with passion. They couldn't wait to snatch the ancient cauldron. Of course, they were only thinking about it. They didn't have the guts to act on it. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron isolated the aura of the supreme demon lord from the demon city, allowing the 12 bandits and the others to let out a sigh of relief. The aura of the supreme demon lord was too powerful. They couldn't resist it. Only a powerful sacred-level existence could withstand such a powerful demonic aura. Everyone looked at the ancient cauldron hovering above their heads and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. The mountain and river cauldron was definitely the most mysterious and ancient sacred-level sacred weapon in history. No one knew who had refined the ancient cauldron, as it had already existed since the ancient era of legends. While Gu Fei was using the mountain and river cauldron, ultimate god South Heaven in the demon city was filled with regret. He shouldn't have volunteered. The aura of the supreme demon lord made him feel extremely pressured, as if an immortal demon mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't even straighten his back. Roar! Ultimate god South Heaven let out a furious roar. A powerful, sacred, venerate power burst out from his body. 9 primordial god runes appeared on his body to resist the powerful aura of the supreme demon lord. Chapter 24:11. Countless demonic inscriptions appeared on the platform at the center of the demon city. They were densely packed together, and even the air itself seemed to be imprinted with black light and black chi. These demonic inscriptions all originated from the black coffin on top of the platform. Something in the black coffin on the platform seemed to have been awakened by the aura of the ultimate Emperor realm from the Phoenix tribulation. Demonic inscriptions lit up all over the black coffin, then rushed out of the coffin and imprinted themselves on the ground. How dare this? What is that? Beneath the platform, the iron-blood Taoist held on with all his might. He finally began to understand what the 2 setting sun demons were talking about. The thing within the black coffin was truly unimaginable to him. At this moment, the power of the Phoenix tribulation was completely suppressed by the power of the demonic path. No matter how powerful the true Phoenix flames emitted by the 9 Phoenix inscriptions were, they could only dance in the air within 10 meters of the iron-blood Taoist. The power of the Phoenix tribulation had already been compressed to a radius of around 10 meters. Logically speaking, the power of the ultimate Emperor realm should have been enough to contend against the power of the peerless demon ancestor. However, the artifact soul within the Phoenix tribulation remained dormant and showed no signs of awakening. The thing within the black coffin, however, was awakening. Right now, the iron-blood Taoist could only protect himself. He was trapped within the demonic formation, and the 9 demonic silhouettes appeared around him, but they didn't attack him. Are you trying to exhaust me to death? The iron-blood Taoist's heart trembled. The demonic inscriptions had sealed off the surrounding space, making it difficult for him to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from the outside world. If this continued, he really would die from exhaustion. What do I do? The iron-blood Taoist couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After all, this demonic formation was not simple. Even though the Phoenix tribulation couldn't unleash the true power of the ultimate Emperor realm, not just any formation could withstand the might of the ultimate Emperor realm. If his guess was correct, this was a supreme-grade demonic formation. A supreme-grade demonic formation was used to protect the black coffin on the platform. Just what was inside the black coffin? Roar! Just as the iron-blood Taoist was panicking, an angry roar rang out from the direction of the city gates. How did he get in here? Hearing this voice, the iron-blood Taoist could not help but feel very surprised because he recognized the owner of the voice. Divine Master South Heaven went all out. He fully unleashed the sacred martial god realm force in his body. 9 primordial god runes burst out from his body and broke through the demonic force in the surroundings, allowing him to make his way out of the ancient city in a miserable manner. One could not help but admit that the supreme demon progenitor's aura was extremely terrifying. Even a sacred venerable like South Heaven, who had lived for countless years, was struggling to face it. It's too scary. After making his way out of the city, the South Heaven divine being let out a relieved sigh. The inside and outside of the city were like 2 different worlds. The demonic aura outside the city was significantly weaker than before. A single strand of a supreme being's aura can crush a part of the world. Seems like it's not an exaggeration. Supremacy, South Heaven murmured. If he had not made a quick decision, his Tao foundation would have been destroyed by the irresistible demonic aura in the demon city. He did not have any emperor weapon on him that could resist the overwhelming demonic aura. Once the demonic aura invaded his soul, He would be demonized and turned into a demon's puppet. No one was willing to become a demon's puppet, losing themselves and becoming a tool for slaughter. In the sky, the crowd saw the South Heaven Divine being rushing out after only a brief moment. He seemed to be in a miserable state, as if he had suffered a great loss. What happened? Gu Fei was surprised to see the South Heaven Divine being returning in a miserable state. At that moment, the unaging demon child and heavenly monarch Ziyang were the happiest ones. The three of them had dominated a region of the divine fallen ocean and had been competing against each other for countless years. It was rare to see the South Heaven Divine being in such a miserable state. The unaging demon child and the others were obviously happy. There might really be a big guy in the demon city. The South Heaven Divine being said to Gu Fei. He pretended not to see the gloating faces of the unaging demon child and the others. A big guy. Gu Fei was startled upon hearing this. Could there be an honorable demon ancestor in the demon city? How was that possible? It was impossible for such an expert to exist in the human realm. It seemed like only an honorable or a human sovereign was capable of making the South Heaven Divine, being wary of them. Rumble, the demon city was shaking. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread from the city, causing the weather to change. Countless demonic clouds appeared in the sky above the demon city. Blood-colored lightning flashed in the clouds. What's going on? There's really a sign of a demon emerging. The unaging demon child and heavenly monarch Ziyang were heavenly monarchs that had achieved the Tao since ancient times. Their expressions changed upon seeing this. This was the setting sun fiend domain, and anything could happen. If a supreme fiend ancestor really jumped out from the fiend city ahead, then they would be in big trouble. A demon emerging. Gu Fei was startled upon hearing this. He could not help but recall the time when the fire demon ancestor was born in the Northland. Looks like I still have to take action. Gu Fei murmured to himself. Not everyone could withstand the aura of an honorable. Only with an extreme saint artifact could he not be afraid of such a powerful demonic aura. Swoosh! As Gu Fei willed, a figure walked out from the void in front of him and immediately disappeared. The crowd only saw a figure flash outside the demon city's gate, then nothing else. Only the unaging demon child and the other two heavenly monarchs could see the figure clearly. It was Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Boom! As soon as Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique entered the demon city, it fell from the sky and was pressed to the ground by a powerful demonic pressure, unable to move. What? Outside the demon city, Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. He had an inexplicable connection with the indestructible battle physique. He was extremely shocked. There really was a big guy in the demon city. Gu Fei could sense that the supreme demonic pressure was like a mountain pressing down on the indestructible war body, making it difficult for the indestructible war body to even move a finger. Fortunately, at this time there was a sudden roar from the indestructible battle physique, and a bronze divine mace rushed out of the indestructible battle physique. A wave of Renhuang's power spread out from the divine mace, immediately repelling the demonic might. The indestructible body felt his body relax, and the supreme pressure immediately disappeared without a trace. The indestructible battle physique stood up from the ground and held the Renhuang divine mace in one hand. What's going on? Why do these people have such powerful saint artifacts? Chapter 2412. Gu Fei's indestructible battle form carried the Emperor's divine mace, which was no ordinary weapon. It had been refined by an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator in ancient times. Moreover, the Emperor's divine mace was a flawless ultimate Emperor artifact, which was more than enough to resist the demonic might of the demon city. This didn't mean that the Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation was weaker than the Emperor's divine mace, but that the Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation had been badly damaged in the ancient catastrophe. The artifact's soul was still asleep and had yet to recover. Buzz. At that moment, Gu Fei's indestructible battle form gripped the Emperor's divine mace tightly. The power of the ultimate Emperor realm surged through the mace, and countless runes appeared on his body. A faint golden figure appeared. Although it was only a faint figure, the aura of an invincible emperor that emanated from the figure was enough to make the hearts of all living things tremble. Rumble! Just as the mortal Emperor Divine Mace began to exude the aura of the ultimate Emperor realm, the black coffin on the dais in the center of the demon city began to tremble. Countless black, demonic inscriptions appeared on the surface of the coffin, intertwining with one another to form a mysterious, demonic diagram. What's going on? Below the platform, the Iron Blood Taoist was having a hard time. The might of the ultimate Emperor realm emanating from the Emperor's divine mace was clashing with the demonic might of the black coffin. The Iron Blood Taoist was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. If it weren't for the protection of the Phoenix Tribulation, he would have been completely destroyed. The Iron Blood Taoist felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. The space around him was compressed once again, and the 9 phoenixes formed from the patterns of the 9 phoenixes almost collapsed under the pressure of the 2 powerful forces. The Phoenix Tribulation in his hand began to wail. The soul of the phoenix had been severely injured during the great ancient catastrophe, and it was difficult for it to awaken from its slumber. It could only rely on its instincts to protect the Iron Blood Taoist. Has the master come up? The Iron Blood Taoist fought desperately against the demonic might. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Saints were nothing in the face of this demonic might. They were as weak as ants. Ultimate Emperor. In the demon city, in an ordinary house, a black shadow stood behind a window. In the darkness, 2 blood-red spots lit up. At this moment, Gu Fei's indestructible battle form was already gripping the human Emperor Divine Mace as he charged in the direction of the explosion of demonic might. A powerful ultimate Emperor realm aura erupted from the mace, and with his indestructible battle form as the center, all of the demonic chi within a radius of 10,000 feet was dispersed. This demon city was truly strange. Even the ripples of ultimate Emperor realm energy were unable to damage it in the slightest. Soon, Gu Fei's indestructible body arrived at the high platform in the center of the demon city. He saw the Iron Blood Taoist, who was still holding on. "Master, save me." Seeing Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique, the Iron Blood Taoist immediately shouted. That supreme demonic might was truly too terrifying, causing his Tao heart to become unstable. If this went on, the Iron Blood Taoist would be in danger of being demonized. He did not want to stay here for another minute and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What's causing this? The indestructible battle form's body was surrounded by golden light, and the runes around him flickered. It was as if he had become one with the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand. His entire being gave off a feeling of invincibility. Bang! 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 On the high platform, the black coffin emitted a series of banging sounds, as if something was about to break out of the black coffin. Whoosh! The indestructible battle form waved his left hand, and a golden path immediately appeared in the air, instantly extending in front of the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist did not think too much about it. He stepped onto the golden path and was instantly brought in front of Gu Fei's indestructible battle form. "Thank you, Master." The Iron Blood Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. If it had not been for the indestructible battle form, it would have been more difficult for him to break out of the demonic formation. Roar! Inside the demonic formation, 9 figures roared. Although they were not made of flesh and blood and could not make a sound, the waves of divine will cause the entire world to tremble. Whoosh! A demonic figure stepped out of the demonic formation, then reached out and grabbed at the Iron Blood Taoist and the indestructible battle form. The pitch-black demonic hand was surrounded by a black aura, instantly covering the entire world. Humph! The indestructible battle form snorted coldly and took a step forward. Then he reached out and a golden hand appeared in the air, slapping at the demonic hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the two hands collided violently. The power of the ultimate Emperor realm and the power of the demon ancestor exploded in an instant. A mass of golden light and a mass of black light appeared, then dissipated in the air at the same time. The demonic figure that had stepped out of the demonic formation was forced back into it. "I'll send you out first." As the indestructible battle form spoke, he once again activated the power of the ultimate Emperor realm on the Renhuang divine mace. The golden path appeared again, and this time it rushed out of the demonic city. The Iron Blood Taoist did not say anything. He stepped onto the golden path and was instantly led out of the demonic city, leaving this terrifying place. The golden path dissipated, and the Iron Blood Taoist was already far away from the demonic city. He appeared in the sky, thousands of miles away from the demonic city. Boom! Just as the indestructible battle form sent the Iron Blood Taoist away, the black coffin on the platform suddenly exploded. A mass of demonic aura rushed out from the platform and swept in all directions. The entire dusky world became even darker. The terrifying aura of the demon ancestor filled the sky and the earth. Almost at the same time, shrill demonic howls rang out in the demonic city. It was as if countless demons had been awakened. In an instant, demonic howls rang out in the demonic city, and some powerful figures began to appear. Could this be a demonic nest? The indestructible battle form of Gu Fei looked extremely serious. There was no corpse in the black coffin that had exploded. There was only a hand floating on the platform. It was a left hand, and demonic patterns were constantly appearing on it. Many demonic shadows appeared around the demonic hand, as if a group of demons were dancing. The supreme aura of the demon ancestor between heaven and earth came from this demonic left hand. The aura of the demon ancestor shocked all the heavens and terrified all living beings. Seeing this scene, the indestructible battle form of Gu Fei was shocked. That demonic hand was probably left behind by a supreme demonic cultivator. Otherwise, how could it have the aura of the demon ancestor? Bang! The demonic hand slapped directly at the indestructible battle form. Black, demonic blood dripped from the wound on the demonic hand, and there was a faint smell of blood in the void. As the demonic hand slapped forward, the void in front of it was annihilated silently. The platform was collapsing, and wherever the demonic hand passed, everything was mercilessly obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 24:13. What is this? Could it be the left arm of the setting sun demon lord? The indestructible combat body was shocked to the extreme. He immediately retreated, trying to avoid the demonic hand's attack. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how fast he was, the distance between him and the demonic hand was shrinking. The indestructible combat body's heart trembled. This demonic hand was too strange and powerful. This kind of magic was truly heaven-defying. It completely ignored space and speed. This is outrageous. Since I can't avoid it, I'll fight. Gu Fei's indestructible combat body did not hesitate. He immediately took out the Emperor's divine mace. A golden figure immediately appeared on his body, and ultimate Emperor aura surged out. Bang! He struck out with the Emperor Divine swordplay, and 9 ultimate Emperor Divine inscriptions appeared on the surface of the Emperor Divine swordplay. Golden shadows flickered around the Emperor Divine swordplay as a burst of supreme ultimate Emperor power erupted from it. Boom! The Emperor's divine mace in the indestructible combat body's hand directly smashed into the demonic hand. The two shocking forces collided, and the void was directly destroyed. The houses below also collapsed, and then turned into flying ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. Even the demonic matrix on the ground was affected. The 9 demonic shadows became extremely dim, and the patterns of the matrix were almost directly destroyed by the power of the Emperor's divine mace. The indestructible combat body only felt an irresistible force coming from the demonic hand. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying. Boom! A pavilion thousands of feet away was directly smashed by the indestructible combat body. Dust flew everywhere, and an extreme demonic shadow rushed out, then pounced on the indestructible combat body. Get out of here! The indestructible combat body rushed out of the ruins, and then directly waved the Emperor's divine mace in his hand, directly smashing away the 3 demonic creatures that were rushing towards him. The 3 ferocious demonic creatures exploded in the air, turning into 3 clouds of black blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. The indestructible martial body stared ahead. On his right hand that was holding the Emperor's divine mace, cracks appeared, as if exquisite porcelain had been shattered. These cracks were quickly mending, as if they had never appeared. At this time, the demonic hand was floating in the void in front of him. Numerous demonic shadows appeared around the demonic hand, like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. In the void, faint demonic howls could be heard. Even the divine weapon of the human emperor can't compete with it. How is this possible? The indestructible battle body muttered to himself. The strength of this devil hand far exceeded his expectations. Only the powerful physique of a supreme being could contend against an emperor divine weapon. Now there was no doubt that the thing in the black coffin was a demonic hand left behind by the supreme demon ancestor. It was an unimaginably powerful demonic hand. I don't believe it. The indestructible battle body stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. His entire body soared into the sky and pounced on the demon hand. Buzz! The Emperor's divine mace vibrated in the hands of the indestructible battle body. 9 supreme Emperor patterns rushed out from the mace, turning into 9 golden dragons that rushed towards the demonic hand. However, a scene that shocked the indestructible battle body happened. The demonic hand that was floating in the air only shook slightly, and the 9 golden dragons that rushed towards him exploded, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated into the void. What? Seeing the scene, the indestructible battle physique was truly shocked. Immediately after, a great force came, and he was once again sent flying. How is this possible? The indestructible battle body had never imagined that this demonic hand would be so much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. Absorb the weapon into the body. The indestructible battle body roared and used a secret technique to absorb the Emperor's divine mace into his body. In the next moment, his entire body turned into a golden man that seemed to be cast from pure gold. A powerful fluctuation of Emperor ultimate power erupted from his body. This killing tool was truly terrifying. The person who took control of this killing tool could use it to display all kinds of great techniques that the original body had mastered. Kill! The indestructible battle body roared and charged forward. Endless golden light shone from his body, and 9 supreme Emperor patterns of the way appeared in the void around him, drawing upon the power of the Emperor ultimate power. Without saying anything else, the indestructible battle body and the demonic hand began to fight. The vast power that spread out shook the entire demon city, causing it to shake. What's happening inside? In the sky outside the demon city, everyone could sense the 2 powerful fluctuations of power coming from the city, and they were all extremely shocked. At that moment, the power of the Emperor ultimate power and the power of the demon ancestor clashed in the demon city, causing a part of the world to be thrown into chaos. The powerful rhythm of the way isolated everything else. Even the eternal demon child and the others could not see what was going on inside, let alone the 12 great bandits who had not yet become saints. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei knew what was going on inside the demon city. It was important to know that the indestructible battle body was his killing tool, and he had a subtle connection with it. Everything that the indestructible battle body saw would directly appear in his mind, and the voices that he heard would also ring out in his heart. At that moment, Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. It was as if he was on the battlefield, fighting against the demonic hand. Who are these people? It seems like my setting sun demon territory is about to undergo a great change. In the demon city, a white-haired youth stood on top of a pavilion in the distance, watching the battle in front of him. He was mumbling to himself, and a blood-red light flickered faintly in his eyes. This white-haired demon was the setting sun demon territory that had appeared for a brief moment before. However, the difference was that this time, the white-haired demon man had appeared in his true form and not an illusion created by some kind of secret technique. The white-haired demon man had been secretly watching Gu Fei's group. He knew that the setting sun demon territory would most likely undergo a great change because of the arrival of these people. Rumble! At that moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation of power came from the front. The white-haired demon man could not help but change his expression. This kind of supreme power forced him to retreat. The white-haired demon man waved his hand and directly shattered the void. He stepped into the void and left the demon city. The demon city was incomparably sturdy. Even the power of the Emperor Ultimate Power would find it difficult to destroy it in an instant. This demon city was imprinted with the demonic patterns of the demon ancestor. It was indestructible and could exist for eternity. Of course, even something that could exist for eternity was relative. If an existence stronger than the demon ancestor made a move, it could still destroy this demon city. Chapter 24:14. The Run Huang divine armament was actually unable to suppress the demonic hand. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. One must know that that was the power of an ultimate emperor. It could contend against the power of a supreme being. Bang! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was once again sent flying thousands of meters away. His body was covered with cracks, as though it could shatter into millions of pieces at any moment. However, the immortal divinity of the indestructible battle physique was still in effect. The cracks on his body rapidly disappeared, as though they had never been there before. The indestructible battle physique's body pulsed with golden light. His entire body was like a ball of golden divine fire. In the dusky sky, he was like a golden divine sun, radiating boundless light that illuminated the heavens and earth. The power of the Renhuang divine armament spread out from his body, dispersing all the demonic qi. However, a demonic hand directly rushed over from afar, grabbing towards the indestructible battle physique, completely ignoring the ultimate emperor strength of the indestructible battle physique. How can it be so monstrous? The indestructible battle physique was extremely shocked. The amount of Renhuang divine armament he could activate was very limited. Even though he had fused with the Emperor divine armament, it was still difficult for him to unleash the true might of this Emperor Saint weapon. If the Emperor divine armament was completely awakened, the first person to suffer would be the indestructible battle physique. The power of the Emperor divine armament would directly obliterate the indestructible battle physique. Immortality was also relative. The indestructible battle physique was absolutely indestructible to existences below the Supreme Being level. However, to Supreme Beings and Renhuang divine armors, the indestructible battle physique could be easily obliterated. Bzzz, the demonic hand reached out, causing the space around it to tremble. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the palm of the hand, containing vast amounts of demonic qi. An unstoppable, devouring force gushed out from the black hole in the palm of the demonic hand. A vast expanse of the void collapsed and was directly swallowed by the black hole. The indestructible battle physique also flew towards the black hole. Preposterous! The indestructible battle physique was truly shocked. This demonic hand was too terrifying, possessing the might of a supreme being. It actually wanted to obliterate the indestructible battle physique. Behind the black hole that emerged from the devil's palm, there seemed to be a terrifying devil domain. Waves of devil howls came from the black hole, and countless devil shadows could be seen faintly. Buzz. The mortal Emperor Divine Truncheon trembled as a golden figure emerged from it. Ultimate Emperor Realm power radiated from the figure, fighting back against the devouring power of the demonic palm. The speed at which the indestructible combat body flew towards the devil's hand immediately slowed down. However, the indestructible combat body continued to fly towards the devil's hand without stopping. Roar! The indestructible battle physique sensed danger and roared in anger. Ultimate Emperor Realm power surged from his body, but no matter how much he channeled his Renhuang power, he was unable to resist the devouring power that erupted from the demonic hand. This did not mean that the human Emperor Divine weapon was not strong, but that the person who used it did not have the ability to make the human Emperor Divine weapon exert the power it should have. The indestructible war body was not the master of the human Emperor Divine weapon. This divine weapon was a spiritual object, and it did not take the initiative to attack the demonic hand. How is this possible? The indestructible battle physique was unwilling to give up. If he was destroyed by the demonic hand just like that, it would be a great loss for Gu Fei. Boom! Just as the indestructible battle physique was being pulled towards the demonic hand by the devouring power, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky above the ancient city. In the next moment, the endless demonic clouds that shrouded the sky above the demon city began to churn violently and then dissipate into the void. A giant cauldron broke through the layers of demonic clouds and descended from the sky, directly pressing down on the demon city. Rumble! Primordial chaos chi surged above the giant cauldron. Streams of primordial chaos chi descended from the top of the cauldron like giant dragons, emanating a terrifying power that could crush the world. This is a wave of divine consciousness came from the demonic hand. There's a remnant soul in this demonic hand. At this moment, the indestructible battle physique finally understood why this demonic hand was so abnormal. It turned out that the demonic soul of the ancient demon ancestor was still attached to it. The heavens and the earth shook. An ancient cauldron larger than a giant mountain directly pressed down from the sky. It was so terrifying that it spread in all directions, causing the heavens to tremble. The entire demon city shook, and hideous cracks appeared on the surface of the city, as if it could collapse at any time. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. It's this thing. A blurry demonic shadow appeared above the demonic hand. The demonic shadow looked up and seemed extremely shocked. When the demonic shadow appeared, the void around the demonic hand was immediately covered with demonic patterns. Demonic chi filled the sky, and the demonic formation below the demonic hand was operating, gathering demonic power from all directions. When the giant cauldron pressed down, the demonic shadow that emerged from the demonic hand triggered the demonic power gathered by the demonic formation below, and the endless demonic power was all devoured by the demonic shadow in an instant. Boom! A domineering demonic aura that was so powerful that the indestructible battle physique almost couldn't bear appeared between the heavens and the earth, as if the real supreme demon ancestor had descended. At this moment, not only the setting sun demonic territory, but even the powerful creatures in the fallen god ocean outside the demonic territory, and even the entire soaring dragon ancestral star felt their hearts palpitate. What happened again? In the ghost palace of Plentiful Dragon Continent, Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do, who had just returned from overseas, suddenly stood up from his seat before he could even warm his seat. Overseas again, Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do was a little displeased. Could it be that little guy causing trouble again? The great calamity is not far away. Why is this little guy causing more trouble? Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do seemed to have thought of something. Forget it. After all, it's an overseas matter. As long as it doesn't affect the soaring dragon continent, let them cause trouble. With that, Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do sat down. This time, Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do didn't rush to overseas. At the same time, other forbidden areas on the soaring dragon continent emitted powerful auras. Some supreme existences in the human realm sensed waves from overseas. However, no one left the forbidden areas. Everyone was waiting and making their final preparations. No one cared about what was happening overseas. The world would welcome a great calamity. All living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths would not be spared. Some people had already begun to prepare to deal with this great calamity. At this moment, in the depths of the setting sun demonic territory, the demonic shadow that emerged from the demonic hand roared at the sky and directly punched the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down. Roar! An extremely powerful demonic dragon rushed out from the demonic shadow's fist and pounced on the mountain and river cauldron. Bang! The demonic dragon directly collided with the mountain and river cauldron. However, the terrifying power that was enough to destroy the world couldn't shake the mountain and river cauldron at all. The ancient cauldron was still pressing down. The world and the void seemed to be frozen. What? Chapter 24:15. The demonic dragon that was formed by the endless demonic power had the terrifying power to destroy a part of the world. However, under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the demonic dragon directly collapsed in the void. The mountain and river cauldron let out a rumble and continued to suppress the demonic shadow below. Every strand of primordial chaos chi that fell from the mountain and river cauldron was enough to collapse the void. Roar! The demonic shadow roared and directly broke through the void. He rushed out of the void that was enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, then shot into the sky and arrived above the demon city. At this time, a figure stood on the mountain and river cauldron and looked coldly at the demonic shadow in front of him. Rumble! The void rumbled, and the primordial chaos chi that fell from the mountain and river cauldron formed a huge dragon and pounced towards the demonic shadow. The entire void was affected by the terrifying power of the mountain and river cauldron. The void seemed to be frozen, and the movement of the demonic shadow was affected to a certain extent. It really is the extreme saint weapon of the great path. A wave of divine will came from the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow was extremely shocked. He never thought that the mountain and river cauldron would appear here. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron had disappeared in the ancient times. The 9 huge dragons, formed by the primordial chaos chi, pounced fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the void collapsed and everything was destroyed. It had the power to turn the world back into chaos. Humph! The demonic shadow sneered and then directly broke through the sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron and disappeared in the void. The next moment, when the demonic shadow reappeared, it was already outside the demon city. The demonic shadow glanced at the place where Gufei was and then turned into a ball of demonic chi. It wrapped around the demonic hand and instantly went far away, directly entering the depths of the setting sun demon territory. The appearance of the demonic hand caused the demonic aura in the entire setting sun demon territory to become even stronger. In the sky outside the demon city, Gufei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the scene. The demonic soul in the demonic hand was very powerful. He felt a little uneasy. At this time, the terrifying aura from the mountain and river cauldron began to recede like the tide. Very soon, a figure directly walked out of the demon city with the mountain and river cauldron. With the departure of the demonic hand, the ancestral demon's aura that enveloped the demon city immediately dissipated. There was no longer that heart-palpitating feeling. Then the indestructible war physique also walked out of the demonic city. Damned demon! The indestructible combat body roared and activated the Emperor's divine mace in his hand. He smashed the mace towards the demonic city in front of him. A golden divine light immediately rushed out from the Emperor's divine mace and instantly fell on the demonic city. Boom! With a loud bang, dust flew in the air. The entire demon city was split in half by the indestructible war physique's mace, and then it fell from the sky. The 12 bandits and the others couldn't help but be incomparably shocked at this scene. The demon city fell from the sky into the sea below and was quickly swallowed by the endless sea water. Only a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. "Let's go and meet that fiendish demon," Gu-Fei said. The setting sun demon territory wasn't simple. It actually had such a heaven-defying thing like the ancestral demon's hand. As long as the demonic soul of the ancestral demon didn't dissipate, it would eventually be reborn. Just like in the Hell Realm, the Ing Tian Evil Lord who was nailed to death by the Supreme Buddha Saber could still reassemble its demonic soul and be reborn after countless years of death. Of course, after the rebirth, the supreme cultivation of the Ing Tian Evil Lord was beaten down to below the saint level. It wasn't an easy thing to recover the supreme cultivation of the past. However, Gu-Fei had a feeling that the situation of the ancestral demon was different from the Ing Tian Evil Lord. The ancestral demon's supreme demonic body was still there. Once the demonic soul was reassembled, it would probably be able to recover the invincible cultivation of the past. If that was the case, even if Gu-Fei and the others had the extreme saint weapon, it would definitely be a dead end for them. It should be known that the extreme saint weapon was merely a weapon refined by a supreme being. How could a weapon defeat the person who refined it? Since the sovereigns could refine such a weapon, they had the ability to destroy it. At this moment, the unaging demon child and the others said nothing, but the 12 bandits were very uneasy. After all, an existence like the demonic shadow earlier was definitely not something they could stand up against. Even the unaging demon child and the other 2 Saint Venerables were not enough before the demonic shadow. However, Gu-Fei's thoughts were very simple. He wanted to kill the ancestral demon immediately before it could reassemble its supreme demonic body. He still had the ability to put his life on the line. If he really could not do it, he could bleed a lot and use his chaotic essence blood to awaken the slumbering artifact soul within the supreme artifact. They did not say anything unnecessary. The atmosphere was rather tense, but no one objected. As a result, the group continued towards the depths of the setting sun demon territory. Gu-Fei was determined to obtain the thing in the setting sun demon lair. If he could obtain it, he would have more hope of surviving when the great calamity arrived. He was also preparing. He could sense that the great calamity was not far away. At that time, the power of heaven's wrath would disappear, and who knew what kind of super antiques would jump out from the human world. This was also the reason why he took the risk to enter the setting sun demon lair. Just because the old man who failed his rebirth on the nameless island could not do it, it did not mean that he, Gu-Fei, could not do it. Gu-Fei and the others pushed their way into the depths of the setting sun demon territory. In the process, they did not encounter any resistance at all. Very soon, a demonic land appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a demonic land shrouded in demonic chi. On the demonic land, not a single blade of grass grew. It was a barren land. Everyone arrived outside the demonic land. Looking at the seemingly endless barren land, they could not help but feel a little surprised. They never thought that there would be such a demonic land in the depths of the setting sun demon territory. There were many black skeletons scattered on the shore. Some of the skeletons were incomparably large and soaked in the seawater. Some of the skeletons still had remnants of demonic aura. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out from the mountain ridge in front of them. The world trembled and heavy footsteps rang out. There was a huge demonic creature walking in the mountain ridge. Swish! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly broke through the thick demonic clouds above the demonic land and swooped down from the sky. It was a demonic bird that was even larger than a mountain. The demonic bird flapped its wings, stirring up a powerful gust of wind. Immediately, sand and rocks flew into the air. Even the mountains trembled and huge rocks rolled down. Very soon, the demonic bird began fighting with the demonic beasts in the mountains. Chapter 24:16. In the depths of the setting sun demon territory, there was actually a demonic land. It was unknown how big this demonic land was. Under the dusky sky, demonic aura lingered, and mountains could be faintly seen within the demonic aura. At this moment, in the mountains ahead, the demonic bird and the demonic beast were fighting fiercely. The earth trembled, and chaos swept across the sky, affecting a wide area. Swoosh! A huge demonic wing swept past, and a towering mountain peak was immediately snapped in the middle. The upper half of the mountain fell from the sky. Bang! A huge fist smashed out from the demonic aura, colliding with the demonic bird's wings. The demonic bird shrieked and quickly retreated. Roar! The demonic beast roared at the sky, and demonic energy surged. Then, a beast hand covered in long black hair reached out from the mountain, directly grabbing at the demonic bird. The demonic bird shrieked again. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, dodging the beast's claw. Then it flapped its wings repeatedly, and rays of black light immediately shot out from the demonic bird's wings, piercing through the terrifying demonic beast in front of it. Those were demonic lights formed from the feathers on the demonic bird's wings. Within each ray of demonic light, demonic patterns could be faintly seen, drawing in the power of the great Tao. The demonic path was also a type of path. If cultivated to the extreme, one could become a saint or even an invincible demonic ancestor. In the sky outside the demonic land, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. It seemed that the demonic bird had cultivated a powerful demonic ability. The demonic light formed from the demonic bird's feathers displayed great power. Everywhere the demonic light passed, the void was directly pierced, leaving behind pitch-black cracks in the void. In the mountains, the shadow of a huge beast was faintly discernible. The demonic beast roared, and then an extremely powerful devouring power erupted from the mountains. Boom! The few mountains in front of the demonic beast were immediately sucked into the air by the devouring power and then shattered in the void. All the fragments were directly devoured by a black vortex. This is the true power of devouring the heavens. In the sky above the demonic land, the unold demon child suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, the countless beams of demonic light that were piercing towards the demonic beasts were all devoured by the black vortex. Not a single beam of demonic light was able to escape the devouring power that erupted from the black vortex. Could that demonic beast be one of the 10 great ancient demonic beasts, the heaven-devouring demonic beast? Supremacy, South Heaven murmured. The heaven-devouring magical beast was a powerful magical beast that could contend with the ancient ominous demon Qilin. This kind of magical beast was said to be able to devour the heavens. An adult heaven-devouring magical beast was definitely synonymous with power. It can't be a pure-blooded heaven-devouring demonic beast. Celestial Dharch Ziyang looked at the huge beast in the mountain ridge ahead and said, even if he isn't an ancient great calamity, he is definitely a descendant of it. The unold demon child nodded. The demonic beast only displayed the cultivation and battle strength of the sacred level. Although it was very powerful, it was not much stronger than an ant when compared to the 10 great ancient demonic beasts. At this time, the devil chi that lingered in the mountain ridge dissipated, and everyone could clearly see the appearance of the demonic beast. It was a savage beast covered in long black fur, with a blood-red horn on its head, long arms and legs, and 18 bone spurs that were more than 100 feet long growing out of its back. Gu Fei had never seen such a demonic beast before, but he knew that the demonic beast before him was definitely not something that an ordinary sage could handle. At that moment, the demonic bird was shocked when it saw the heaven-devouring magical beast devouring the demonic light formed by its feathers. The demonic bird wanted to escape. It flapped its bare wings and was about to soar into the sky. However, it was too late. The heaven-devouring power that was unleashed from the mouth of the heaven-devouring magical beast had instantly enveloped the demonic bird. Swoosh! The black hole in the heaven-devouring magical beast's mouth flashed with demonic runes, and the void around the demonic bird began to distort. Before the demonic bird could react, the heaven-devouring magical beast had already devoured the demonic bird. This, in the sky outside the demonic ground, everyone was shocked to see this scene. The heaven-devouring magical beast was indeed worthy of its reputation. Its heaven-devouring magical ability was not to be underestimated. Buzz. After the heaven-devouring magical beast devoured the demonic bird, a rumbling sound came from its body, and demonic runes appeared on its body. A powerful demonic Taoist rhyme surged within its body. The heaven-devouring magical beast was refining the demonic bird that it had devoured. An extremely powerful demonic force was born within its body, and was then absorbed by its demonic body. What? He actually managed to refine that demonic bird so quickly? Gu Fei was shocked to see this. Legend has it that the stomach of the heaven-devouring magical beast can melt the heavens and earth. It doesn't seem like an exaggeration. The unold demon child said in a deep voice. His eyes flickered with excitement. If he could slay the heaven-devouring magical beast and retrieve its stomach, he could refine it into a heaven-devouring pouch. In ancient times, someone had done it. He had slain a heaven-devouring magical beast that had yet to mature and refined its stomach into a heaven-devouring pouch. The heaven-devouring pouch was a famous sacred artifact in ancient times. Having this thought, the unold demon child could not help but be tempted. The heaven-devouring magical beast in the mountains ahead was a sacred-level magical beast that had already matured. However, as the unold demon child was about to make his move, a figure appeared beside him with a flicker. A person had already charged forward and arrived before the heaven-devouring magical beast with a single step. Old man Nantian, the unold demon child, was shocked upon seeing this. The person who had arrived before him was ultimate God Nantian. Human, God, beast, haha, it's been a long time since I've eaten these things. Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? The heaven-devouring magical beast unleashed a powerful divine sense. Humph, your appetite is too big. Trying to eat us? Aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Ultimate God Nantian stared coldly at the mature heaven-devouring magical beast and said. His eyes flickered as he unleashed a powerful sacred venerate aura. However, even though ultimate God Nantian had unleashed his sacred venerate aura, the demonic beast did not seem to be affected at all. What? Ultimate God Nantian's expression darkened as a thought crossed his mind. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't eat the food that's delivered to me? I won't hold back then. The heaven-devouring magical beast opened its mouth and inhaled in ultimate God Nantian's direction. A pitch-black vortex immediately appeared in its mouth, unleashing a tremendous force capable of devouring the heavens. Buzz. Ultimate God Nantian did not dare to waste any time. He raised his right hand, summoning 9 divine runes from his palm, and instantly imprinted themselves in the void in front of him. The 9 divine patterns shone with dazzling divine light and activated the divine power of the Great Path, blocking the mighty power that swallowed the sky. However, the 9 divine runes in the void in front of ultimate God Nantian trembled and showed signs of collapsing. The devouring force was too powerful. It seems like I've underestimated you. Ultimate God Nantian's heart shuddered. The heaven-devouring magical beast was definitely not an ordinary sacred-level magical beast. Its strength was definitely at the level of a demon venerate. Meanwhile, the devouring force emitted from the heaven-devouring magical beast's mouth continued to grow stronger. Demonic runes vaguely appeared in the pitch-black vortex. Preposterous! Ultimate God Nantian felt a tremendous pressure. Even with the 9 divine runes in front of him to resist the devouring force, the 9 divine runes became unstable. He clenched his teeth, and with a thought, the 9 divine runes exploded. An extremely powerful force of the sacred martial realm was unleashed, forcefully shattering the devouring force. Whoosh! Ultimate God Nantian left an afterimage on the spot and immediately backed away, escaping from the devouring force. The heaven-devouring magical beast was infuriated to see the piece of meat in its mouth flying away. It immediately walked out from the mountain and reached out its hand, slapping at ultimate God Nantian. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The giant beast's hand scattered the demonic clouds in the sky. The power of the slap was strong enough to destroy the heavens and earth. At that instant, ultimate God Nantian's body emitted a boundless glow. With a thought, the 9 divine runes burst out from his body once again, forming 9 smaller worlds formed by the forces of the heavens and earth around him. Divine 9 worlds. Ultimate God Nantian let out a furious roar and charged at the heaven-devouring magical beast. The 9 smaller worlds revolved around him, emitting a formidable force of the sacred martial realm. Bang! Ultimate God Nantian pointed with his right hand, summoning a smaller world formed by the force of lightning toward the heaven-devouring magical beast's claw. The giant beast claw slammed into the smaller world formed by the lightning. Roar! The heaven-devouring demon beast roared. It quickly retracted its beast claw that had smashed into the small lightning world. Bolts of lightning were swimming around the beast claw. The claw had already been struck by the lightning and was charred black. Steam was still rising from the surface of the claw. Buzz! At that instant, the other 8 smaller worlds around ultimate God Nantian spread out, trying to devour the heaven-devouring magical beast into his 9 worlds of the divine path. One could not help but admit that the heaven-devouring magical beast was truly powerful and terrifying. As the 8 smaller worlds approached, the heaven-devouring magical beast displayed its special ability, which was to open its mouth and suck. A black vortex emerged, unleashing a heaven-devouring force. The 8 smaller worlds were shaken by the force and flew toward the black vortex in the mouth of the heaven-devouring magical beast, showing signs of being devoured. Humph! This demonic beast is in for it, the unold demon child said. He was not in a hurry to make his move. As expected, the moment the 8 smaller worlds were about to be devoured by the heaven-devouring magical beast, they exploded without any signs. It was a force capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The destructive force from the explosion of 8 smaller worlds was simply too powerful. The heaven-devouring magical beast was immediately knocked flying. Chapter 24:17. After all, the South Heaven Divine Sovereign was a divine sovereign that had achieved the Tao in ancient times. He was incredibly powerful. Thus the world formed by the 9 primordial god runes was extremely powerful. Even the heaven-devouring demonic beast was sucked into the lightning small world by divine South Heaven's full force. Roar! A terrifying roar burst out from the lightning world formed by the South Heaven Divine Sovereign. A powerful demonic force surged, causing the world to tremble, as if it would collapse at any second. Humph! The South Heaven Divine Sovereign harumphed coldly. He immediately sat in the rift with his legs crossed. Following this, the 8 worlds that had self-destructed appeared around him once again. Buzz! The rift shuddered as rays of godly rays landed on the South Heaven Divine Sovereign's body. He was executing a great technique to summon the energy of the heavens and earth. The 8 worlds that emerged from his body seemed like they were about to materialize in the heavens and earth. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the 8 worlds. Go! The South Heaven Divine Sovereign seemed to have turned into the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Countless Tao laws appeared on his body. Following a roar, the 8 worlds immediately charged at the lightning world. Bang! The 9 worlds merged into one. The 9 worlds collided with one another, as if they were splitting the heavens and earth apart. The terrifying force that burst out was enough to destroy everything. The mountain-like body of the heaven-devouring demon beast, that was trapped in the lightning world immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. Following this, the pieces were further reduced into a mist of blood. Rumble! The 9 worlds collided and merged with one another, transforming into a huge world. It was a shocking scene, as if the primogenitor of the heavens and earth had awakened from chaos and was splitting the heavens and earth apart. This old man, South Heaven. In the sky, the unaging demon child could not help but be startled upon seeing this. He had never thought that the South Heaven divine sovereign would have such a move. Sky Splitter. Gu Fei was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Roar! The devil soul of the heaven-devouring devil beast howled. Although its physical body had been obliterated by the power of heaven creation, the devil soul of the heaven-devouring devil beast was extremely powerful. Above the devil soul, countless devil runes appeared, and an extremely powerful devil might surged out from the devil soul, blocking the power of heaven splitting. It's just a deathbed struggle, Hierarch South Heaven said in a deep voice. He tried his best to conjure the great heavens and earth, trying to merge the 9 worlds into one. The power of the heaven-splitting art continued to rise rapidly, as if it was really going to open up another great heavens and earth in the human realm. The devil soul of the heaven-devouring beast struggled, wanting to rush out of the 9 realms. However, at this time, the power produced by the unification of the 9 realms was too strong. This was simply the creation of heaven and earth, and the endless demonic aura from the demon soul was destroyed. In the end, the barrier of the 9 realms was broken. Chaotic energy surged. A world was going to be born from the primal chaos. The devil soul of the heaven-devouring beast was finally devoured by the chaos power of heaven splitting. The beast that was so powerful that even Hierarch South Heaven was almost defeated had its soul destroyed. The great heavens and earth above the great heavens did not appear. The power of heaven splitting seemed to be endless, as it did not show its ultimate power. Everyone was slightly disappointed, especially those in the sacred realm and above. The profound meaning of heaven splitting was definitely an inspiration to them. If they could comprehend the Tao aura, they might be able to open up a more perfect inner world. The terrifying aura receded like a tide. The chaotic world formed by the unification of the 9 realms also dissipated into the void as Hierarch South Heaven withdrew his peerless divine ability. I didn't expect that old man South Heaven to have such an ability, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said while looking at the figure in front of him. Hierarch South Heaven's ability was definitely laudifying. Not everyone could conjure the great heavens and earth. It was obvious that Hierarch South Heaven's comprehension of the great Tao of the void had reached a level that everyone could only look up to. After eliminating the heaven-devouring beast, the crowd set foot on the demon land. The aura of the true demon! As soon as they set foot on the demon land, Gu Fei sensed a demonic aura which made him feel uneasy. The aura of the true demon in the demon land was very strong. In other words, a supreme ancestral demon had once appeared here. Gu Fei recalled the black coffin in the demon city. The arm of the demon progenitor was sealed inside the black coffin. The demonic aura emitted by the demon physique of the supremacy realm was not something that ordinary people could endure. Even sages and sacred venerables would find it hard to resist the demonic aura. Everyone be careful, Gu Fei reminded. At this moment, everyone wore a stern expression. No one knew what they would encounter when they set foot on the demon land. There was already a heaven-devouring beast that was strong enough to go against a sacred venerate in the outskirts of the demon land. It was hard to imagine what kind of powerful demonic creatures were hiding in the depths of the demon land. However, the crowd seemed to be overly cautious. They did not encounter a single demonic creature, even after advancing for 1,000 li. The territory of the heaven-devouring beast is not small. The unold demon child said. He knew why they couldn't see a single demonic creature. It was because this was the territory of the heaven-devouring demonic beast. How could there be other demonic beasts in the territory of the heaven, devouring demonic beast? When the crowd advanced for 3,000 li, many relics appeared in front of them. Many living creatures had once lived here for countless years. However, everything had disappeared in the merciless passage of time. In the relics, Gu Fei and the others did not find anything valuable at all. Instead, they saw many skeletons buried in the black soil and half exposed on the ground. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little surprised. These relics seemed to be the battlefield left behind after a great battle. Many broken weapons were buried under the black soil. There were broken bronze swords and almost completely corroded shields. They did not stop and continued forward. After leaving the relics, they soon saw a towering stone tablet standing in front of them. An endless ancient aura was emitted from the stone tablet that was as huge as a mountain. The crowd stopped in front of the stone tablet. There were no words on the stone tablet at all. It was actually a wordless tablet. This surprised everyone. What's going on? The crowd was confused. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei directly punched the stone tablet. However, when his fist came into contact with the stone tablet, Gu Fei felt a suction force that devoured the power of his punch. Chapter 2418. Something's wrong. Gu Fei's fist landed on the wordless monument, but the monument did not budge at all. Moreover, he felt a suction force that devoured the power of his fist completely. Everyone was shocked at this scene. One should know that Gu Fei was a saint ruler, and not just any saint ruler at that. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would crumble instantly after being hit by his fist. However, this seemingly ordinary but extraordinarily huge monument was able to withstand a punch from Gu Fei, and there was not even a mark left on it. Let me try. The unold demon child walked up and also threw a punch at the monument. His punch was different from Gu Fei's. On his fist, there were demonic marks appearing, and he had already activated the power of the Great Path. However, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop happened. The unold demon child's fist landed on the monument, but it could not move it at all. Preposterous! How dare you steal my power? The unold demon child screamed. Then he retreated in a flash. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the monument before him, as if he wanted to see into it. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. But at this moment, a figure silently appeared on the stone tablet, and he was looking down at everyone. The moment that person appeared on the monument, Gu Fei and the others sensed his existence and looked up at the same time. I didn't think that you guys would be able to make it here. A cold voice came from above. It was a white-haired demon dressed in black. There was a black aura surrounding his body, and he stared at everyone with his blood-red eyes. It's you. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist was shocked. He sensed the demonic aura from the white-haired demon and instantly recognized him. This demon was the one who had appeared in the demon city. I didn't think that you would be able to survive. What a surprise. The white-haired demon saw the iron-blood Taoist as well, and his blood-red eyes flashed with blood-red light. You recognize this devil dweller? Gu Fei asked iron-blood Taoist. Yes, this demon has appeared in Demon City before. The iron-blood Taoist nodded. His expression was extremely solemn. This demon had once appeared in the Demon City, and now he had appeared here. He was definitely not simple. Little devil brat, come and accept your death. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang walked out. He then looked at the white-haired devil on the stone tablet and spoke calmly. He truly didn't put this devil in his eyes at all. Purple Sun, Immortal Venerable, you were considered a great figure in the ancient times. But now, you've become a dog under someone else. The white-haired devil sneered. What did you say? Heavenly, the Arch-Ziyang couldn't help being enraged when he heard that. The other party's words were like a bayonet stabbing fiercely into his heart. causing him to feel incomparable humiliation. He was once a high and mighty immortal reverend, the leader of the Tao Gate, but now he had become someone else's subordinate. This made him feel extremely ashamed and inconsolable. However, he knew that this was a fact, and he didn't have the ability to change it. Trying to sow discord? Your method is already outdated. Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. I'll go kill him. Heavenly Emperor Xiong then turned into a beam of purple light and soared into the sky, charging towards the devil on the stone tablet with terrifying killing intent. Humph! The white-haired devil sneered and raised his right hand. A black demonic net immediately spread out, covering a part of the sky. Heavenly Emperor Xiong, who was soaring into the sky, immediately became a fish that walked into the net. I'll smack you to death with a brick. Heavenly Emperor Xiong roared and flipped his right hand. A purple divine tablet appeared in his hand. Then the tablet rapidly enlarged and smashed upwards. Buzz! The void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Like black lightning, they instantly spread in all directions. The demonic net that descended from the sky instantly shattered under the suppression of the purple divine tablet. Then it turned into black chi and dissipated in the void. When the white-haired devil saw this, he couldn't help but be astonished. He didn't expect his opponent to have such a powerful sage weapon. Kill! Heavenly Emperor Xiong directly controlled the purple divine tablet in his hand and smashed it towards the white-haired devil. On the purple divine tablet, 9 immortal runes appeared, activating the power of the immortal Tao. However, the white-haired devil didn't dodge. Instead, he stomped on the stone tablet with his right foot. Buzz! A rumble immediately rang out in the air. Then, a ball of demonic light surged from the white-haired demon's body, enveloping him within it. Bang! The divine steel in Heavenly Emperor Xiang's hand ruthlessly smashed into the light barrier around the white-haired demon's body. A scene that exceeded everyone's expectations appeared. Heavenly Emperor Xiong was actually knocked back, and the purple divine steel in his hand almost flew out. Seeing this, everyone was incomparably shocked. One should know that Heavenly Emperor Xiong was a holy sovereign, yet his furious attack couldn't even break through the demonic light around the devil's body. Under the protection of the demonic light, the white-haired devil didn't seem to be affected at all. In fact, he even had a disdainful sneer on his face. At this moment, the most shocked person was definitely Heavenly Emperor Xiong. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. Could it be that he was an ultimate Emperor Realm Supreme Demon? He immediately rejected this thought. One should know that if his opponent was an ultimate Emperor Realm Supreme Demon, he would be able to kill all of them effortlessly. There was no need for him to waste so much time talking to them. If you have any skills, then show them all. The white-haired devil actually hooked his finger at Heavenly Emperor Xiong and said disdainfully, "You're courting death." Heavenly Emperor Xiong had never been looked down upon like this before. His eyes were bloodshot. Then he smashed the divine tablet in his hand towards the white-haired devil standing on top of the stone tablet. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. The purple divine tablet emitted billions of rays of purple light. It was as if a purple sun had appeared in the dusky sky, dispersing all the demonic energy within a radius of 10,000 miles. Roar! At this moment, the roars of demonic beasts rang out from the depths of the demonic earth. It was unknown how many powerful and terrifying demonic beasts were alarmed. An immortal sovereign is truly terrifying when he's angry. Seeing the scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Then Gu Fei and the others protected everyone and retreated far away, avoiding the energy waves that were descending from the sky. However, this time, the divine tablet in Heavenly Emperor Xiang's hand actually pierced through the demonic light on top of the white-haired devil's head. Bang! A powerful force exploded from the divine tablet. The devil's head was directly smashed into his chest. This Chapter 2419. The demonic human, standing on the stone tablet, was very domineering, as if he didn't put everyone in his eyes at all. However, such a demonic human's head was smashed into his chest by Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's steel. Little demon brat, you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's right hand, which was holding the divine steel, was shaking. He wanted to obliterate this white-haired, demonic human. 9 immortal runes interweaved on the divine steel, activating the power of the immortal Tao. Buzz! The divine steel shook, and a destructive wave spread out from it. Cracks immediately appeared on the white-haired, demonic human's body. However, at that moment, a boundlessly powerful demonic energy erupted from the white-haired demon's body as a black light surged from his body. Bam! The powerful demonic energy was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The unimaginably ferocious demonic energy directly sent Heavenly Emperor Ziyang flying. What Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's shock was by no means insignificant. At this moment, he finally knew why this demon brat was so fearless and dared to contend against everyone. As it turned out, the mountain-like stone tablet beneath the white-haired devil cultivator's feet contained an unimaginably large amount of demonic Tao energy. The white-haired demonic human was borrowing the power of the stone tablet to fight against him. Preposterous! Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's expression changed. At this moment, the head that was smashed into the demonic human's chest rose up again. The collapsed frontal bone was also rapidly recovering. In just an instant, the white-haired demonic human had completely recovered, as if he was never injured. This, in the sky, everyone was shocked when they saw this. This demonic human's demonic body was very powerful, and his self-recovery ability was also very strong. It's actually the most mysterious void character among the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. I've truly widened my horizons today. The white-haired, demonic human's blood-red eyes flickered with a bloody light. His tone was extremely cold, and immortal runes faintly appeared on his pale face. It was incomparably strange. It turned out that the reason Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was able to break through the protective devilish light around the white-haired devilish body wasn't because his attack was so powerful that it could ignore everything. Instead, it was because he had secretly used the secret word of none. The secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void, could turn everything in the world into nothingness. It was the power of secret of the void that broke the protective demonic light around the white-haired demon. Void character. Apart from Gu Fei, the lone demon child, and Hierarch South Heaven, everyone else was incomparably shocked. Only now did they know that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang knew the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, and the most mysterious one at that. Since you know that I have the void character, why don't you come and accept your death, demon brat? Celestial Arch Ziyang was sent flying thousands of meters away by the demonic power that erupted from the white-haired demonic man. He stood in the void and looked coldly at the white-haired demonic man standing on the stone tablet. A purple Tao pattern appeared in his eyes. Humph. Even though the Wu secret art's powerful, it isn't an invincible supreme technique. The white-haired demonic human said coldly with a hint of arrogance on his face. Does this demon not care about the void character at all? Could it be that he has mastered a demonic secret art that can contend against the character? Everyone was astonished by the words. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Only a secret art created by a supreme demonic cultivator could contend against such a supreme immortal art. The supreme demonic cultivator was the supreme demon ancestor born from the primordial chaos. Is that so? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang said in a deep voice. Then he didn't waste any more time talking to the white-haired demon. He directly approached the white-haired demon on the stone tablet, 1 step at a time. Rumble! When Heavenly Emperor Ziyang took the first step, the entire world began to tremble. When he took the second step, his aura skyrocketed to its peak. When he took the third step, Celestial Darch Ziyang had already arrived in front of the white-haired demon standing on the stone tablet, and he pressed his hands forward. The space trembled as a tremendous force of the immortal Tao erupted from Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's hands. It instantly engulfed the entire world, including the white-haired demonic human and the stone tablet beneath his feet. Then the space was silently annihilated. Everything that was engulfed by this immortal force was dissolved. Even the sky and earth were turned into nothingness. Nothing could remain under this force of the immortal Tao. This is the power of the void character. Everyone was extremely nervous at this scene. One should know that the most mysterious secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was being displayed right before their eyes. Since the ancient times, not many people have personally witnessed the power of the void character. The white-haired demonic human sneered. He stomped on the stone tablet with his right foot, causing the mountain-like stone tablet to tremble slightly. In the next moment, an extremely powerful demonic force exploded from the stone tablet. Whoosh! The white-haired demonic human activated the stone tablet's power. In the next moment, his body emitted a blinding demonic light, and a terrifying demonic aura exploded from his body. Demonic annihilation of heaven and earth. The white-haired demonic human roared in anger and cast a great technique of the demons. As he waved his hands, a destructive force that caused even the heavens to change colors spread out from his hands. A gigantic demonic shadow appeared on the white-haired demonic human's body. The demonic shadow roared into the sky, emitting a terrifying demonic might that could destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble! The white-haired demonic human had summoned an extremely powerful demonic force. It was hard to imagine just how strong this power was. Countless demonic runes were imprinted in the air, blocking the power of the void character. What? How is this possible? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was truly shocked. He was not shocked by his opponent's methods, but by the stone tablet beneath his opponent's feet. No matter how strong this little demon brat was, he was merely a demon lord. However, the stone tablet beneath his feet was extraordinary. It was emitting an extremely weak aura of a supreme demonic cultivator. Even though this aura of a supreme demonic cultivator was very weak, it was enough to make Heavenly Emperor Ziyang feel immense pressure and threat. One had to know that in front of a supreme, all living beings were ants. No one could challenge the prestige of a supreme. Of course, no one dared to challenge a supreme either. I don't believe that I can't defeat you, little demon brat. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang roared in anger. The opponent's strength had ignited his battle intent. His hands moved as immortal runes flew out of his hands and imprinted themselves in the void. The power of the void character erupted. The demonic runes in the void dimmed and were completely obliterated by the power of the void character. Void character, what a good one. The white-haired demonic human's heart shuddered after seeing this. This immortal Venerable Ziyang truly lived up to his name. Although he was the final disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, he was definitely not weaker than the other immortal Venerables. The 9 immortal Venerables under the Supreme Tao Ancestor were immortal cultivators that had followed the Supreme Tao Ancestor for countless years. Every immortal Venerable possessed great divine abilities and could become an overlord of a region. Of course, since ancient times, there were many immortal cultivators that could become immortal Venerables. These people were the disciples and grand disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. As for the 9 immortal Venerables under the Supreme Tao Ancestor, they were the first batch of immortal Venerables in this world. They were known as the primordial 9 immortal Venerables by later generations. Although the white-haired demonic human's background wasn't small, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Seeing that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was going all out, the white-haired, demonic human, also circulated the demonic art in his body with all his might. He activated the demonic energy contained in the stone tablet beneath his feet. The demonic runes imprinted in the void around him immediately emitted a bright black light. The two forces collided and canceled each other out. For a moment, neither could do anything to the other. However, Gu Fei and the others could already tell that a prolonged battle was very disadvantageous to Heavenly Emperor Xiang. One had to know that the white-haired demonic human was standing on a stone tablet that could provide him with an endless supply of energy. "What's that?" Gu Fei asked the Southern Heaven Divine Sovereign. This, the Southern Heaven Divine Sovereign pondered. He didn't know why the stone tablet contained such powerful demonic energy, but there was definitely something strange about it. Swish! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a stone tablet appeared in his hand. It was also a stone tablet, but the one in his hand had an indescribable Taoist rhyme lingering around it. This was the three-boundary tablet that Gu Fei obtained from the netherworld demonic territory. Bang! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly activated the three-boundary tablet in his hand. A powerful wave immediately erupted from the three-boundary tablet in his hand. Buzz! The void trembled as three hazy worlds appeared around the three-boundary tablet. A force that could pierce through the void was emitted from the three-boundary tablet. When Gu Fei obtained the stone tablet, he had already guessed that this stone tablet was the other supreme saint artifact that could open up the path to heaven other than the sky connecting platform. The three-boundary monument was not an offensive supreme saint artifact, but it could create a void heaven and earth. The void trembled, and the three hazy worlds rapidly expanded. Then, all of them enveloped the mountain-like stone tablet in front of them. Gu Fei wanted to store the stone tablet into the three-boundary tablet and use it to suppress it. This is the white-haired demonic human who was confronting Heavenly Emperor Xiang, was shocked when he saw the three-boundary tablet in Gu Fei's hand. He seemed to know the origin of the three-boundary tablet. Amidst his shock, the white-haired demonic human desperately guided the power of the demonic tablet beneath his feet. Then, he directly shattered the void and disappeared into it. He escaped. Everyone was surprised to see this. Boom! Just as the three-boundary steels, three hazy realms appeared and enveloped the Devil's Steel. A loud bang rang out from the Devil's Steel. The entire Devil's Steel actually shattered. What?